Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. Since my last 50 tower block DIY video, I have made another 50 tower block DIYs and I've compiled them into one video for you guys to enjoy. Using 2 packs of tower blocks for this DIY and some Dollar Tree super glue wood glue. You can use whichever glue that you like. I made 10 of these squares, so 5 are going around in one direction and then the other 5 are going in the other directions, as you've seen on the 2 that I just showed you there. So I am just gluing 8 blocks together and then I'm gluing the geometric bead in the middle, and sometimes they don't fit or you have to turn them around because they're not all made the same, just like the tower blocks, or just get a new bead. And then I'm gluing a tower block on each of the inside tower blocks on the bottom there. And then now I'm doing the same thing but the opposite way around. Later on in the video you'll see what this would look like if you do all of them in the same direction. And you can make your frame, because it's going to be a frame, whichever size you like. I just wanted to do this size and make a square. So here are my 12 pieces, and then you have to place them alternatively so that you can see that the tower blocks join up on each square. And then I'm just going to glue them together. And always remember to wipe away any excess glue with a wet paper towel. And sometimes, because the blocks are not all the same size, you might have to switch the squares around to make sure that the sides of the squares are going to be touching enough to make sure it will all glue together, if that makes sense. Also, you can reinforce it on the back with some popsicle sticks. Later on I used staples because I made a big project, but you could also use popsicle sticks on that. And then I stained it with the early American wood stain. Here are some pieces of foam board and they are 8.5 inches each. I placed one piece on the back where I want it to go, and then I traced around the hole with a pencil, and now I am just marking it off, and then I mark it a wee bit, tiny bit wider than what the hole is, and then I'm just using an X-Acto knife to cut it out. And I don't cut it out as a square because I need one side open when I attach this to the back. This is going to look like this. And then I'm going to glue these 2 pieces together. I was rubbing off my pencil mark to see how wide it was. And then I just glued them together with hot glue after I took these wee edge bits off. I was just checking it there. And then I'm just going to paint the bits that you will see black. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I thought it would be better. I'm just using black acrylic paint, nothing special. So now I'm going to hot glue it to the back. And I actually didn't glue it properly. I glued it too far down, so the bottom piece wasn't like almost flush with the top of the tower box. And you'll see when I put my picture in that it drops down too much. So just be aware of that when you do it. And I'm just going to add a sawtooth hanger. And I have this alchemy scrapbook paper pad, and I will link it down below. I got it from Amazon. I picked the pages that I want to use, and then I trim them down, well, measure that one and then trim it down with a paper cutter. And then this picture of the sun I just cut that out and then I trimmed it down with a paper cutter so that it would be nice straight edge. Just choosing which part of the paper I want to use just by putting the sun on it and then looking to see, because all over that paper looks different, so I'm just picking which bit that I like the best. And then I measured the gap in the back of the frame, and then I made it just a tiny bit smaller than that. And you could put a photo in here if you have a photo that size, or I made this without thinking what am I going to put in it. So I had to hunt through all my stuff to decide on something, but I really love how this turned out. I'm glad I didn't glue the sun on before I put this in, since I glued it the bottom too far down. So I just used a glue stick to glue it in place, and then I glued the sun on because I wanted the sun to be right in the middle. And this is how it turned out, and I really love this one. You need 2 boxes of tower blocks for this DIY and some wood glue. So I made the same pattern again, but this time I put geometric beads on the outside instead of tower blocks. So I just take 4 blocks and then I glue them like this with a space in the middle for the geometric bead, and then I glued another tower block on each of the top of them, and then now I am gluing the geometric beads. And you want to have the holes, you don't want to have the holes showing on the sides, except for on the very top. This is going to be a planter, so I'll show you after I make these. On the very top you need to have 1 hole on either side to put a bead on, but you don't want to have any other holes showing on the sides. The bottom doesn't matter. And I did these in opposite direction as well. And just squeeze the tower blocks around the bead to make sure they're in the right place, and then you just wipe away any excess glue with a wet paper towel. I don't know if this would work with the round beads. I haven't tried that. Maybe in not the next video, but the next again tower block video, maybe I will try using the round beads and see how it works out. I'm just going to swap those 2 around so that they are the right place, and you see there's a hole on the top of each of them and holes on the bottom. So I'm just going to glue them together, and I wanted the tower blocks to match up like that. And now I'm just putting a bead on each of these holes, and then I'm putting an extra tower block over the joins to reinforce it. Could use a popsicle stick for this if you wanted. And now I made 3 of these already, need 4 of these, and these are 9 blocks by 3 blocks. And 3 are going to be the sides and 1 is going to be the base. You can do the whole thing, the whole sides with the beads and stuff if you want to, but I didn't want to. And then I'm going to put 3 extra blocks on one side of this, and that's for the base. Yeah, I didn't want to use all those beads to show you guys the pattern because I'm going to be making so many projects with them. But if you want to do every side the same, then you can do that. I'm just gluing the sides on and reinforcing it with a tower block, just using a paint bottle to prop the side up. So I'm just going to do an extra tower block on each side in the corners. And then I leave this to dry. So now that that's all dry, I'm going to glue the front on. And it was a tight squeeze, so I know it won't come off. I just slid it on because the pieces were already dry. And just clean up any glue. And then I added on a few more tower blocks to make it stronger. Then I stained it with the Jacobean wood stain. And this is how it turned out. I really wanted to see what those geometric beads looked like with the Jacobean stain, and I really like it. This next project is a big one and you need 8 boxes of tower blocks because you need like, I think, 504 tower blocks for it. So here I am, I'm going to make that same pattern that I did in the start of the video. I'm gluing 8 blocks in pairs and then I'm going to glue them together in a square. And then gluing the geometric bead in the middle. And then another block on top of each of those middle blocks. So just doing this one way for this whole project. You could do opposite if you want to. And I made 42 of these. If you wanted to do with the 2 different directions, I would do 21 of each. And I'm just going to glue them together. This is going to be the top and the bottom, so I'm going to glue together 6. And then another 6. And if you're not filming this, you can do this on the floor and have lots of space. But I had to film it for you guys and my craft room is tiny, so I have to glue it in sections. And now I'm going to glue the rest in 5s. And I'm going to do 6 of those, because you need 15 for each side. Now this is going to be a mirror, so if your mirror is not the one that I'm going to use, then you just have to measure and see how many blocks that you need. So here is me gluing on some of the sides. And that's the opposite end. And then I'm going to glue the middle pieces in. And if you are not filming and you have space, then it'll be a lot easier for you guys to do. You can just glue it all at one time. So that bit didn't want to glue, so I'm just stapling it together with the staple gun. So here I have some foam board from Dollar Tree and I'm just measuring it and I'm going to cut it with an X-Acto knife. I couldn't find my box cutter. So I wanted this, I show you, I wanted it to come to, on either side, the middle of the blocks. Well, the middle of the squares. So that's where I measured it to. I know you can't see very well. So I had to cut out 3 pieces for this. One is smaller, I just put that one in the middle. Okay, so here are my 3 pieces. I bought this mirror from Walmart. It was $7. I think they have black too. I took a box cutter and cut all the backing around the edges. And then I also used it to cut through the hot glue that is on the back of it. You can use a heat gun to heat it up a wee bit, and then I used a scraper, like a Cricut scraper tool, to scrape it off and peel off the hot glue. It was a bit, took a wee while to get the mirror out. The first one I broke, so be careful with this. Now I'm gluing the foam board to the back of the mirror with some Fix-All from Dollar Tree and some hot glue. And now I've placed it on top of the back of the frame, and now I'm just going to use the staple gun to staple the foam board to the frame. And the mirror didn't reach each side of the frame, so I'm just filling in the gaps with some tower blocks, and I glued them all the way around the inside of the frame, and I did have to cut down a couple to make them fit, but I'm not showing you on this. I did that off camera. Now I'm just going to staple where all the squares join together to make it stronger. You could use some glue and popsicle sticks for this if you wanted to as well. I know you can't see the whole mirror in these couple of clips, so I'm going to show you what it's looking like in this clip. If you wanted to, you could leave it like this, or you could stain all the pieces before you glue it together, or paint them, whichever you're going to do. And now I'm just taping off the mirror with some masking tape. And then I have some plaster Waverly chalk paint, and I watered it down because I wanted this to be a whitewash. So I'm just slapping that paint on. I ended up doing 2 coats. The next coat I made a bit thicker. I might go back and just paint the whole thing white. I actually made this DIY first, and then now that I've seen the early American stain on it, I might actually just redo the whole mirror. Where this is going to go in my house, we're painting right now, so I just have to show you my craft room. Ignore the mess in the background and Toby deciding to make his bed while the mirror is on it. I didn't want to hang it on the wall and put holes in the wall, so I just sat it on top of the bed. But I do love how this one turned out. Let me know which colour of stain or paint that you like the best, which DIY did you like the best. Here, and you will need one of the 72 block packs for this first DIY, and some Dollar Tree super glue wood glue, or any wood glue that you like. And I'm just going to glue together 4 tower blocks in a row, and then another 4 tower blocks in a row. And then I'm going to glue together 3 tower blocks, and make sure you use a damp paper towel to wipe off any excess glue. And then I made 4 of these 3 tower block rows, and now I'm taking 2 of the 3 tower block rows and I am gluing some tower blocks in the middle. I think I'll do 4. and just try and evenly space them, and you're going to make a wee ladder. And then you're going to take the 4 tower blocks and you're going to glue one on the top and one on the bottom, and you're going to make sure your ladder is in the middle. And then you can use the square ruler from Dollar Tree to make sure everything is straight. And then the 3 tower blocks, you are going to put down one on either side. And I'm going to paint everything with some plaster Waverly chalk paint. And then I'm going to give it a wee sand with a sanding block from Dollar Tree to distress it. Now you can stain it if you want to, or you can use a different colour, it's up to you. This is just what colour I've decided to use for the video. Because since it's Valentine's coming up, I have a Valentine's theme going on. So this is one of the ribbons that I bought from Shein. I am just putting it through the bottom one, and then over the middle two, and then wrapping it over the top and hot gluing it on either side. And then once I have glued it down, I'm just trimming it off. So I'll link the ribbon down below. And this is scrapbook paper I got from Amazon. I will link down below. So I'm just drawing around it where I want to cut it out. But I'm cutting it about 1/2 centimeter inside the lines that I drew. And I'm just going to hot glue that to the back. You don't have to use scrapbook paper, or you could use any that you like, any ribbon that you like, or no ribbon, it's up to you. So just making sure all the edges are glued down. And this is what it looks like. And I already strung up some beads. I think I used 14, I can't remember. And I'm just hot gluing it to the back with some well, obviously hot glue, and a popsicle stick. And then I have one of these grapevine hearts from Dollar Tree, so I'm just going to hot glue that to the front. You could put any embellishment on it you want to. You can even add some florals if you want. But this is how it turned out, and I think it turned out really pretty. For the next DIY, you need one box of 72 block tower blocks, and then some wood glue. And I am doing, not sure how many rows yet, 2 rows of 3. I just made it yesterday and I can't remember. And then this is a row of 5 tower blocks, and I made 4 of those. So I am just evenly spacing some tower blocks in the middle of 2 of these 5 block rows of tower blocks, and I'm making a taller ladder this time. I'm just wiping off any excess glue. And then once that dried, I am just going to add the other tower blocks. So the row of 3 is going to be 1 at the top and 1 at the bottom. And then the longer ones are going to go at the sides. Now you could make this as wide as the first DIY if you want to. You could make it shorter. It's up to you what you'd want to do with it. So once that's dry, or while it's drying, I am going to glue together 3 by 7 tower blocks. So 3 across and 7 high. And this is going to be the bottom of the planter that I'm making. So after you make this bottom piece, I was making sure that one was a bit wide, so I swapped it out. Now I am gluing 5 tower blocks along the front, and I'm evenly spacing them out. And then I am going to glue 3 along each side. Make sure you don't knock them off. So I put one there to space it out because I'm going to put the ladder piece at the very back. So I don't want to put these tower blocks there because I'm going to thread some ribbon through them, and you need those gaps. And then I just do another 3 on the other side. And now I'm going to make the top of this part. So I'm gluing 3 tower blocks across and then 2 on each side. And then I am going to leave that to dry. So once it's dry, I'm just putting some glue on these tower blocks that are standing up, and then I am going to glue on the back piece. I'm just using a Mod Podge bottle to stand up so that it can dry in place, and then I glued the front piece on. So once that's dry, I'd forgotten all about feet, so I'm just gluing some half beads to the bottom. And then I paint everything with the plaster Waverly chalk paint. Again, you can do any colour you like, or you could just stain it. And then I'm taking a sanding block from Dollar Tree, and I'm just distressing all the wood. And when I painted it, I just gave it a rough coat. Just one rough coat of paint, and then just sanding it all. And that's what it looks like. So here is another ribbon that I got from Shein. It was in a pack of 4. And I am just threading that all the way down the ladder. And then I'm hot gluing at the bottom. And then I'm making sure that it's pulled tight, and then I hot glue it at the top, and then I just trim it off. And now I'm going to do the same thing with the bottom piece. And this looked nice without the ribbon on it. If you just wanted to keep it plain, you could also glue the half beads over it, on it. You can do different things. Also, Dollar Tree sells plenty of ribbons to choose from. You don't have to get these ones. So just make sure that you pull it tight all the way through, and then hot glue it at the back. I actually have one of those wee silicone makeup things from Dollar Tree, but I always forget to use it. I'm using this cottage rose colour next, and I'm just going to paint this heart cutout from Dollar Tree, and I end up giving it 3 coats of paint, like 3 thin coats, because I don't want the paint to collect in the holes. And then I just dry it with my heat gun in between layers, and I'll link that down below as well. But you don't have to paint this, you could leave it plain, or you could pick another colour if you want to. I'm just doing this because it's Valentine's Day. You don't even have to put heart on it. I did try and make a bow, but that's the first time making a big bow. I tried it 3 times, it didn't look right. So I opted for this heart. If you don't want a heart cut out, there's always flower ones, or you could just stick a flower there. There's lots of different options for you to choose from, all at Dollar Tree. So I'm just going to hot glue it to the top here. And then off camera, I glued on one of the wee love hearts that I got from Amazon. I'll link them down below as well. but I just filled it with some flowers and I think it turned out really pretty. For this next DIY, you need one of the 72 block packs of tower blocks and some wood glue. I always use those big tower block packs because obviously you get more in them for the same price. And I am just going to make a square. No, well, not quite a square. So it's 3 blocks across and 2 blocks. They're 3 by 2. And I made 2 of these. And now I am just gluing on some tower blocks at the edge of the, it's not square, rectangle, the inside edge. And I'm going to glue 5 across and evenly space them out. And guys, I have to buy boxes of the tower blocks from Dollar Tree's website. Well, cases. I bought 2 cases. I can't find them in any of my Dollar Trees ever. So if you want them, you've got to order them online. And then I did 3 along the sides, evenly spaced, but I put them to the outside of the tower blocks this time. And then I'm going to glue 5 across the front on the inside of the tower blocks. So that either side has a wee lip. God. But I couldn't do that on the other sides unless you want to start cutting the blocks and stuff and making it a square. And now I am just gluing the top of these tower blocks so I can put the other piece on. And just make sure that it's even with the one on the bottom. And now I am going to glue together 7 by 3 tower blocks again. And you need to do this 2 times, one for the bottom and one for the lid, because this is going to be like a trinket box. So see, I made 2. And now for the lid, I am gluing 5 tower blocks on the top, and then another 5 by its side. And then I'm going to glue 3 on top of that. Then I have a bead and a half bead, and I'm just going to glue the bead on and then the half bead on the very top to cover up the hole. And these are some wee Christmas trees that I got from Shein. I'll also link them down below, but I bought them to be feet on some of my projects. So once I glue the bottom on, I'm just going to glue the Christmas trees, one in each corner. And then I painted everything with the plaster Waverly chalk paint. And this is how it turned out, and I am just sanding it off like I did with the other ones with the Dollar Tree sanding block. And this part is up to you as well, you don't have to distress it. And depends on what colour you do and if you stain it. But I did forget to do one part which I'm going to show you now, and that is glue some tower blocks on the inside of the lid so that it doesn't move around too much when it's on the box. So I just do 4 tower blocks with that. I'm just using another one of those ribbons from the pack of 4 that I got from Shein, So I'm just gluing it on the inside at the back, and then I'm going to thread it all the way through like I did for the other DIYs. Now if you want to, you could just put tower blocks all the way along and completely close the box and then wrap the ribbon around it, or not use any ribbon at all. It's up to you. They're just giving you some more options. Also, if you have any of the wee leftover Christmas trees, wooden Christmas trees from Dollar Tree, they're smaller, but you could use those for feet as well if you don't want to get these ones from Shein. I could just never find them. Then I seen these ones, so I got them. So just make sure that you pull it tight while you're putting it through, and then once you get to we'll get back to the start, just glue it down and then trim it, and that's what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. You can leave it like that if you want to, but I decided to add another one of these cutout hearts from the same pack from Dollar Tree, and then one of the wee love hearts that I got from Amazon. And this is how it turned out. You can paint the heart too if you want to, but I wanted to leave it plain. And I think it turned out really cute. I actually made this after the next DIY because I had put the lid in the bottom, in the base, and I thought, oh, I could make a box. So I went and made this one as well. So for this DIY you need 3 of the 72 block packs of tower blocks and some wood glue. And we are going to make a lid the same as we did for the last one. If you don't want to watch this part, you could just skip like a minute. But it's 3 blocks by 7 blocks. And we also need to make another one of these for the base. Okay, so I'm doing just doing the lid first. So it's 10 blocks on the top, 2 by 5, and just glue them down as well. And then you're going to do the 3 blocks, and then you're going to put a bead on the top, or if you have something else you could use, then you could use that instead. And then the 3 blocks now. Okay, oh, before I do that, I remembered I made this DIY first, but on the second DIY I forgot to do this part. So this is to hold your lid on. Just make sure it's in a tower block space so that it can fit inside the lid. And then that was me just gluing my half bead to my bead and then gluing it on the very top. So now I am making the 3 blocks by 2 blocks square. Well, it's not quite a square, it's almost a square. I don't know if I show you me making the bottom. Maybe I do. So I'm just going to make this like I did the last DIY, with the 5 blocks across on the inside of the tower block, then the 3 on either side on the outside of the tower block, and just make sure you space them evenly. I've made so many tower block DIYs now. People keep asking me for them. I'm gonna reply to all my comments maybe tonight or tomorrow, because I've got a lot that I need to reply to. But yeah, I don't know how many more tower block DIYs I've got in me. So we'll see what happens. I'll probably think of more stuff. I do have some more ideas. So now I'm just gluing the two pieces together, and you're going to make two of these. So here is my two the same, and now I think I am making the bottom now. Do you know why I did it like this? Because I was tired. Well, I'm 33 weeks pregnant now, so I was tired doing this. And this voiceover, by the way. But I messed it up for these two boxes. I did them wrong, so I had to do them again. So yeah, that's why I didn't show that two of those when I made the lid. So I'm just gluing that one on. You don't need to do that for the top, for the other one. And now I'm gluing on some more of those Christmas trees in the corners. You could just use half beads if you wanted to. And now I am making 5 blocks high. And then I'm making it into a ladder, and I'm just gonna evenly space them, going all the way down, kind of like a tower block apart. And then I need to make 4 of these ladders, so I'll show you in the next clip that I made 4. I'd left them off camera. So here are my 4 ladders that you need for this. Unless you just wanted to put a ladder at the back and a ladder at the front and leave the sides off, you could just make 2 ladders. So now I have made 3 already, but I'm making 4 of these rows of 5 tower blocks. And then I painted everything with the plaster chalk paint, and these are all my pieces. And I am just going to sand them all with the sanding block. I have to go get some more sanding blocks actually. I better remember. They're all done after doing these DIYs. So I'm just showing you me doing the ladder. Again, you don't have to sand them if you don't want to. But I wanted to distress them and make them look old and shabby. So this is some of the ribbon from the first DIY, and I just put some at the back, and then I'm going to thread it all the way through, and I am going to do that for both of these pieces. Again, you don't have to put ribbon through it if you don't want to. You could just leave them plain. They look nice just plain, or you could put the half beads on them. I thought about putting some half beads as well, but then I didn't want to put too much stuff on them, so I just stuck with the ribbon. So just make sure you pull it tight, and I didn't trim the ribbon down because you're not quite sure how much you're going to need. And then you can just trim it at the end and then only use what you actually needed. So now that I'm at the end, I just hot glue the start point, and then I'm just going to trim it off. I'll do the other one off camera. There you go. And now I'm gluing these pieces on. I did want to do ribbon on the ladders, but I didn't have enough. But I end up, the scrap that I have left, I have enough to just do one side, so I can show you what it looks like without the ribbon in the middle, and then I can show you what it looks like with the ribbon in the middle. But once I order some more from Shein, I'm gonna do the back, just the back, I think. So I'm putting these pieces at the back of the tower blocks and gluing them on. And I'm using the Mod Podge to stand them up while they dry. I had to wait on them drying, but you can't see that in the video because I stopped it. Stop it and start it, and it looks like I'm just doing the whole thing. Also, it's at 4 times speed as well. But this DIY took a while, but the other ones were pretty easy. It didn't take too much time. I just sanded off some extra paint that was on the bottom. And then that's the last piece. And now that it's dry, I'm just going to do that extra piece of ribbon that I had. And it just fit. So I just thread it all the way through. And make sure I pull it tight. And then I have to trim at the back and then glue it. Luckily my wee mini glue gun fit. So if you're going to do the ribbon, then obviously do it before you glue these parts on. And now I'm just going to glue on the top. This lantern turned out pretty tall actually, so you could make it shorter if you wanted to. Just make the ladder shorter. I was going to put the Mod Podge in to hold the top down, but then I realised it was just a big hole. So these are some of the wee hearts from Amazon that I got. So I put the one with the love on the front, and then the other two I did them the other way around, so they're plain. And this is how it turned out if you just want to leave it plain without the ribbon. And I had to film it this way because it's so tall. And then in the next clip I'll show you the other way around with the ribbon. And I like it with the ribbon best, I think. So here it is, my Valentine's Day tower block lantern. I used 2 of these tumbling tower block packs for the first DIY. There's 92 blocks in this. I also used some Dollar Tree super glue wood glue. I made 8 of these and they are 4 blocks each, glued end to end. If you want to, you can make this taller or make it shorter. Then I made 4 of these and they're 12 blocks in each. Again, if you wanted to make it taller or shorter, you just adjust the amount of blocks that you're going to need. For each one of these you need 12 tower blocks and 2 of the strips of 4 tower blocks, and you're going to glue them together so they look like the ones I've already done on the screen. And I glue them all hole to hole, and then I'm just squeezing them together with the tower blocks, making sure I get rid of any excess glue. And now I am going to glue them to the tower blocks. So for this one, I'm gluing it on top of them, and just the edges of the tower blocks are joining, well, they're not joining, they're touching. And I'm going to take 2 of those and my set of 12 tower blocks, and I'm gluing that to the back edge of the tower block and bead section. And then I'm going to glue the other one in the same place. You can put it flush with the front of that if you want to, but I wanted to have it sitting back. And there's only 2 of these. And I just held it in place till it's set. So here's my 2 pieces, and then I'm just going to glue the other tower blocks onto the sides. and then glue that last piece on the top. And they are also sitting at the back edge of those tower blocks. Actually, I had done that one wrong. I'd put that one at the front. So now you can see I put it at the back now. I make mistakes all the time. Sometimes I show them, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'll make a whole pattern or something and realize that I've done it wrong. So I'm just sitting that on top, and now I'm making the base, and it is 12 tower blocks, and they're glued together, 6 on each side. And this is for the base. Just make sure you always clean up the excess glue with a wet paper towel. And I'm just going to glue the other piece on. And now to cover up these wee holes at the top, I have these wee 10 millimeter beads, and I'll link them down below as well. And I wanted to strengthen it a bit more, so I am just gluing some extra tower blocks on the inside. I'm just gluing one in each corner. Well, on 2 corners on the bottom. So actually you need 94 blocks for this. And I stain it with the early American wood stain. And I love how this one turned out. I think it turned out so beautiful. I was tempted to paint it white, but then I decided on the early American wood stain, and I'm glad that I did. There is 25 tower blocks in this DIY, so you just need 1 box and some wood glue. I'm gluing together 4 sets of 2 tower blocks glued end to end, and always wiping off the excess glue. Then I made 4 with 3 tower blocks glued end to end. And this is like the first DIY. I am gluing the geometric beads to the tower blocks in the same way. So you just need 6 beads for this part, and they are glued together hole to hole. I tried to find these without the holes, but I haven't found them yet. If anybody finds them without the holes, please let me know. And I just use a paintbrush to get in between those wee bits on the beads. And then I am gluing this on top, just so the edges are touching, just like that. And then I'm doing the same thing with the sets of 3 tower blocks, so you need 9 beads for that. This is a DIY, you could make bigger as well if you wanted to. So 3 beads are like the same length as 1 tower block. And I forgot to say that I always set them out first to make sure that they fit exactly, and then it's not going to be longer than the tower blocks, because these are like the tower blocks, they're not all made the same size. So here are my pieces, and I'm arranging them like this, and I'm just going to glue them all together to make a square. And then I'm going to glue those little beads on the top and the bottom to cover up the holes. So I decided I wanted this to be a standing frame, so I'm just using some hot glue to glue to the back of this so that I can put it at an angle. You can see it like slants backwards, and I'm just putting a bunch of hot glue on and some tower blocks until it's sitting how I like, and then some extra there. And it still wasn't doing what I wanted. So I am just gluing some extra tower blocks in like this, and then it held perfect. So I have this alchemy scrapbook pad by Stamperia, and I will link it down below. I wanted to use this moon picture, so I just cut it with some scissors, and now I'm just making sure the edges are really straight with this paper cutter. And it isn't, it's just a little bit smaller than the inside of the frame, so I'm just measuring it so that I can cut another piece of scrapbook paper to go behind it, and I picked this green. So I'm just measuring that, and then I'm going to cut that down as well. I wanted a green paint to go with the green on the scrapbook paper, but I didn't have one, so I used the next 3 paints to mix up something similar. And it was Spanish Moss chalk paint by Home Decor, Folk Art Home Decor, Folk Art Dutch Aqua. And then I used a wee bit of the Plaster Waverley chalk paint. So I just pour in a wee bit of each, mostly the Dutch Aqua, and then just mixing it up until I get the colour that I want. And I only needed to mix up a wee bit of this because I'm just going to dry brush it over the beads. I don't want to paint the whole thing. If you want to, you can do that. You can make these DIYs any colour you like. You could use a photo for this if you wanted to, or if you had a nice picture, you can even get like pictures from Dollar Tree and stuff and cut them out, or print something off. So now I'm just dry brushing over the beads. I just want to bring out that square detail on the front of them. And I'm just going to hot glue this scrapbook paper on. You can put a stronger backing on it if you want to. So just making sure it fits, and then just hot gluing it on. And then I'm going to hot glue the moon as well once I trim it down a wee bit. So I didn't like how this looked because there's only a wee slither of the other scrapbook paper behind it. So I thought that I would cover it up with some of this ribbon from Dollar Tree. And I've used this so many times. It's this one here, it's like the 3-pack of the ribbons. And I'm just going to cut it in half. I already measured it, and then I'm just going to cut it in half and then put that around the outside of the picture. I'm just using hot glue for that. Just make sure you don't burn your fingers. You could use some twine if you wanted, if you don't have this ribbon. Or just cut out a picture that fits. But I really wanted to use this moon. I forgot to say, I burnt all the wee hairs off it before I cut it up and put it in here, because I didn't want to take the flame to the paper. But if things are not exactly how you want them, there's always ways that you can fix it. And using this wee ribbon is one that I like to do. And this is how it turned out, and I love this one too. I do love the colour green, and if you've been on my channel, you know that I love moons and anything celestial. So you need 4 of these boxes for this DIY, because you're gonna need 286 blocks and some wood glue. So I glued together 12 of these 3 tower blocks end to end, and then 12 of these which are 4 blocks. And this is another project. You could make it wider or skinnier if you wanted to. You could make it taller. And this is 8 of 6 blocks glued end to end. But I ended up adding another 2 blocks on each end of these later on because it wasn't tall enough for my shelves. So you need 8 by 8 blocks. And here I am just doing the same thing as I did before. I'm gluing the geometric beads in the same way. So for the sets of 3, you need 9 beads each. And I did use 222 beads for this. So if you buy a bag of beads, you get 300 in it, and that's enough to make all 3 of these projects. And this one will take you a bit longer, but it's worth it in the end. So this is the 4 blocks, and you need 12 beads for each of these. So there'll be 6 of these. There's 6 of the ones with the 3 blocks in them, and then there's 4 of the ones with the. It's going to be 8 blocks by the end of it. So here, and you need, well, here there's 18 beads in each of these, but when you make it bigger, you're going to need 24 beads in each. And it's just the same style as the other pieces. And just make sure that you clean off any glue that is in between the beads, because when you stain it, you don't want any of that to show up, although sometimes you'll get a wee bit, can't help it. And make sure you let all your pieces dry properly before you go on to the next step. Sometimes I don't because I'm filming, but just make sure that you do. So I'm making shelves, and these are 9 blocks by 4 blocks, and I made 3 of them. Again, if you wanted, you could make them 3 by 9 or 3 by 6, or you could make more shelves if you want to. So since I am making this as I go along, I'll show you how I messed it up and what you should do to fix it. Because sometimes I don't know until I make things. How it is in my head, it doesn't quite work out, and you have to make it to figure out what would be better. Here I'm making 6 sets of 2 tower blocks joined end to end, and these are going to go in the middle of the set of 3 tower blocks long. And then I'm gluing 6 sets of 3 tower blocks together, and these are going to go in the middle of the 4 tower blocks long. You see in that space in between the tower blocks. You could glue this bit on earlier if you wanted to, but since I'm making this as I go along, I realised I needed it when I was going to put the shelves together. So I'm just gluing them together like this. And you need to leave the corners like this because that's where your legs are going to go. I'm just gluing the base now, and I'm just gluing all the corners, and then I'm going to stand up the long parts, one in each corner. And then this is when I realised that it was going to be not enough space between each shelf, so I had to make some more pieces to add on to the top. And these pieces are just 2 tower blocks long, so earlier on, instead of making them 6 along, you make them 8 tower blocks long. 8 tower blocks long. So I just glued them on top. Sometimes you have to make the stuff to see what you're going to need and how it's going to work out. And now I'm just gluing the middle shelf on. And I'm lining it up with the geometric bead you see there. So make sure it's lined up with them on all sides. And then I'm gluing the other shelf right at the top. If you wanted to, you could do an extra tower block and put it on the bottom with the beads so it looks like feet. It looks like feet at the bottom. I just thought of that just now, you could do that. So I had to cut down a couple of pieces of tower block for each shelf. Well, 4 for each corner, just to join it all together and make it stronger. If you have those wee cube squares from from Dollar Tree, you could use them. So I did one of those in each corner, and now I am gluing on some half beads for feet. And then on the top I'm gluing on the 10mm beads to cover up those wee holes. Then I stained it with some early American wood stain. And this is how it turned out, and I love it. I don't know where I'm going to put it, but I will find somewhere. Some projects are just worth spending the extra time to make, and then you can turn out with something really beautiful. I was watching Better Call Saul, and then I saw this in the background, so I took a picture of it, and this is my inspiration for the next 2 DIYs. I didn't do exactly the same pattern, but you will see in the next 2 DIYs. This DIY uses 85 blocks, so you need 2 of these 72 block packs. You also need some wood glue. This is the one from Dollar Tree. And I already made 11 of these squares. And I'm just going to make you the 12th one, so I'll show you how to make it. I'm just gluing the end of each tower block to the side of the next one, and that makes a perfect square. And now I am just going to glue them together like this, and just make sure all your squares are going in the same direction, and then this will work out nice. So I'm just gluing this one piece that you see, well, the one tower block that you see me gluing, to join them all together. Now you could make this bigger if you wanted, or you could make it smaller, but you just need to glue it at those 2 tower blocks where it's going to join together. And you see it makes this nice square pattern. Some are bigger and some are smaller. And now I already glued together 7 tower blocks end to end, and I'm just doing the second set for you just now. So you just need 2 of these. And just make sure you always wipe off any excess glue with a wet a wet paper towel. And now I'm gluing together 2 sets of 6 blocks end to end, and this is going to make the frame that goes around the outside. So the top and the bottom are too big, so I'm just going to mark it off, and then I'm going to cut it down with my saw, and I'll link it down below. I got it from Amazon. Some of the tower blocks are easier to saw than the others, but this one was quite hard to saw, so I just kept turning it round so that I could cut right through it. And then I just do the second one, and if you can get the manage to pick a block that is easy to cut through, then that's great. But some of them are really tough. Others, the saw just goes through them really easily. So I turned my frame around so you can see it better. And I'd cut one end wrong, so I'm just sawing off that wee piece that had this. It was the bit that where it was glued, and now I'm just going to mark it again and cut it again. So just make sure you're supposed to measure twice and cut once, but I don't do that, obviously. Now that my sides of the frame are all the right size, I'm going to glue them together with the wood glue. I'm not gluing the inside to the frame yet because the little corners are not going to hold, so I'm going to show you what I do in the next clip, but I'm going to leave it inside the frame. And definitely leave your frame to dry for long enough. I want to be quick making these videos, so I don't always leave things to dry for as long as they should. So here I have another tower block, and I'm just putting it underneath the frame to carry on the pattern that I already did for the blocks. And then I'm marking it off with a pencil, and then I put some masking tape over the block inside the what's that thing called for the saw, miter box. And then I am just sewing it down. And I'm not gluing it in yet because I have to do all the pieces first. And I'm just putting it where it's supposed to go so I know for when I'm gluing it. And I'm just taking the same tower block and marking another piece, and then I'm sewing that down. And I just carry on doing this all the way around. Except for I got fed up sewing because it was a lot. So I must have picked another, some of the blocks are really thick and hard to cut through, and other ones are like, they're lighter. You'll feel the difference if you use the blocks. Some are lighter and feel like they're not as dense. So just make sure you pick the lighter feeling ones. And they kind of have a different, they don't feel as smooth as the harder ones. So try and pick those ones for the ones that you need to saw. Anyways, this was the last one I ended up sawing. You can see Ethan's shadow and stuff at the side. You will see him in the video a wee bit. Well, him making stuff later on. So I did buy some miter shears. I'll link them down below as well. And at first I was getting Renisha to cut the blocks for me. But I was thinking that's a bit too much. So I figured out that some of them are easier to cut through. And those are the ones that are lighter and feel lighter. So I just started cutting them down, and then still took a bit of strength though. And then now I'm just gluing all the wee pieces in to finish the pattern and to stick the tower blocks to the frame. For one of the DIYs later on, my boyfriend came in the craft room, so I got him to cut some of the blocks. And he was just doing it with one hand, the thick blocks. I saw little mini table saws on Amazon, so I'm going to get one of those. Because I have a lot of DIYs I want to do, but I have to cut the blocks for it, and I've been putting them off. And I'm using some Waverly Plaster Chalk paint, and I'm just going to dry brush it over the frame. You could stain this if you want to. You can paint it any colour you like. This is just what I chose to do, and I like the look of dry brushing it because you can still see the wood through it, and also it dries really quick as well, and it's quicker to paint. And you can just slap it on. So I just do that for the entire frame. I didn't do the back, or did I do the back? I can't remember if I painted the back. I just made this. But you can do that if you want to, and you can always put some scrapbook paper behind this, or you could put some succulents in it. There's like lots of different things you could do with it. You could make it much bigger as well. So here I have a mini palette, and I just use my miter shears to cut one of the slats off. And actually that was much easier than I thought it was going to be. And then I'm just hot gluing it in the middle. And now I thought I was filming this next, what was supposed to be the next clip, which was me gluing these letters on to say Home Sweet Home. But I got them from Amazon, and I will link them down below. And I am just dry brushing them on. But I mean, you don't really see me gluing the letters on anyway. So I'll show you me brushing the paint on instead. But here you can use any colour you want. I just wanted to use neutral colours. You could use something else for instead of the slab pieces. Maybe if you just had a cutout of the word home or whatever word you like. And yeah, there's different things you could do with this. This is just what I chose to do. You could also use your Cricut if you have one, or some Dollar Tree stickers. I have some eucalyptus and a succulent, and I just wanted to put a wee bit of greenery in the corner. You can add more if you want to, or none at all. It's up to you. I think they were both from Dollar Tree, or the eucalyptus might be from Shein, but you can get it in Dollar Tree anyway. And I'm just hot gluing that down. You could put some flowers on this, or get some ivy and like weave it in and out the squares. Or you could get a smaller frame with a picture and put it in the middle. There's lots of different things you could do with this. But my eucalyptus didn't want to stick down. But I got there in the end. Actually, now that I've said it, I think I might take the home sweet home off and make it into a photo frame instead and see what that looks like. And this is how it turned out. I think it's nice like this, but I think that I'm gonna change it and put another frame in there and make it a photo frame. And you just need one pack for this because it's 72 blocks exactly, and then some wood glue of your choice. And I'm making the squares again. I'm only showing 12 here because this is the same clip from the first DIY, but I do make 18 altogether, which you'll see in a wee bit. I'm using the plaster chalk paint again. You can use whatever colour you like. And here I'm just dry brushing the squares. You can do this after you glue them together if you want. And there's Ethan making his tower block DIY at the side, and I'm going to show that at the very end of the video. So I am just gluing the squares together like this, and I want to have 3 with points at the bottom. So they're going to be 3 across at the bottom and then 4 high at the side, if that makes sense. But I'm just fitting them together like this. See, I almost put that one in wrong. So just make sure they are all going the right way. That was me making sure, thinking about it there. So you see at the bottom is 3. Again, you can make this smaller or larger if you want to. Oh, that's it. Now these dominoes are from Dollar Tree and they are made of wood. So I am just gluing them to the back to cover up these squares. If you had the really large jumbo craft sticks that you can get at Walmart, I think, I don't know if you get them at Dollar Tree, then you could probably cut those down to cover these squares. And I'm just using wood glue for this. You could use hot glue if you want, but I like to use wood glue as much as I can when I'm using wood, working with wood. So I realised I had to cut some of them down. So these are just some garden shears from Dollar Tree, but you can use scissors. I just didn't have any handy. Well, I can't find my big scissors. I don't know where they are. I am going to carry on gluing these on off camera because you don't need to see me do them all. This wee hanger was from something from Dollar Tree that I'd taken off. So I'm just going to screw it into this. But you can always use a piece of twine, or you could hang this up with some beads and stuff if you wanted to. I just wanted to use this wee hanger that isn't going to be very noticeable. This is what it looks like. Just making sure there's no glue on the other side. And these wee round wooden pieces are from Dollar Tree, and I'm just gluing one in each square. You don't have to put these in, you could always do something else. You could always make this into a sign if you have some wooden word or something you want to put on it. You can use the DIYs for inspiration and then make them your own. and this is how it turned out. I just wanted some nice simple wall decor, and actually my boyfriend really likes this one and wants to put it up in his office. The inspiration for my next DIY was also from Better Call Saul. If you've not watched it, it's really good. Anyway, I saw these cabinets and I thought, oh, I could make that out of tower blocks. I just thought it was a really pretty design. I used around 64 blocks for this, so that's one 72 tower block pack and some wood glue of your choice. So here I have already made a square, which is 3 blocks by 3 blocks, and to make the square you glue 3 end to end, and then you turn one on its side for the end block to start the next side, if that makes sense. And then sometimes there are blocks that are not cut properly at the end. They're like, I want these to make a square in the middle, so I just marking it off, and then I'm taking the miter shears to cut it down, but it wasn't glued properly yet. Again, I didn't wait. So I'm just taking it apart a little bit so that I can cut it down. And if you are doing it this size, then you can pause the video to see where I am cutting it. If you make them bigger, then you'll have to work that part out. Just so long as it makes a perfect square in the middle, the very middle of them. And here I'm cutting down with the miter shears, and it does take some effort if you are not that strong. Anyway, I was using them on the side of this one, just did not want to cut. But you can turn it over and then cut the other side. And then I was pushing them on the edge of the table as well to get it cut. So I'm just gluing the pieces back together. Well, not the bit that I cut. So you can see here that it's in line with the tower blocks from the other square. So now I am gluing 4 blocks together like this, and I'm doing the other 4 blocks for the other side. So this took a bit of working out. At first I marked it like this underneath, and then I cut it down with the miter shears. Oh yeah, my dog was on my lap, my black dog, Toby, because there was really bad thunder outside and he's terrified of it, so that made it harder to cut with the shears as well. See, that one was easy. So I'm just marking off the blocks that I need to fill in, and you have to leave the same equal distance between each set of blocks. There's going to be 3 rows of blocks in between each of these squares. And then once I cut them off, I just gave them a quick sand with a Dollar Tree sanding block. And then you see me put the other tower blocks in there so I can space it out before I glue it down. Yeah, this was a difficult way to do it. I got to show you what I did instead. See, some of the blocks are easy. This is when I started working out which blocks were easier to cut and which weren't. So I'm just going to do the same for the next row. I glue the corners together, and then I measured it like this instead of lifting up the block frame because I hadn't let it dry properly. So I'm just going to show you me doing this side, and then I'll move on to the smaller squares. If you just had some strips of wood instead of the blocks, you could do that to make this. I don't know what size, but something similar to the blocks. So that's me, got the next one done, not the second one. Well, it is the second one. And then I'm just going to do the last one now. And then some of your pieces that you cut off might fit in to the wee spaces, so always check those pieces. And just make sure you wipe all the glue away, especially if you're going to stain this. So I'm going to make the frame next, and that is 5 blocks glued end to end. I need 4 of those. And I need to make the frame next because that's how I'm going to know how to fit the other pieces of the squares in. So I'm just gluing them to the sides of these squares, and then I'm going to work out how much I need to cut off the next block that I'm going to glue on, because these pieces are not long enough, and this is how I was going to work it out. So that's the first side done, and I'm just going to do the same for each side and just fill in the gaps. I'm making this into a wee tray. You could make 2 of them and make it a bigger tray if you want to, or you could make it into some wall decor. That would be nice too. Or if you're making it wall decor, or you could stop here and not do the smaller squares. It would still look nice. Also, you could still make it, I said it was making a tray, didn't I? You could still make it a tray like this and then just glue it onto another piece of wood that's that size. You can also make the whole DIY and then glue it onto some wood if you want to. I wanted it to be see-through, but that's up to you, however you want to make it. So I have these 2 wee squares that I'd cut off. I'm not sure if it was for this DIY or one of the others, well, the first one in the video. I thought I was recording me doing the other square, but I wasn't. So at least you can have a good look at it, how I did it, and then you can see me doing the next square. And I'm just doing the same thing again, But you can see on this square that I did one wrong, the wrong way round. So just try and make sure that each one of them is, the blocks are all going in the same direction. Although no one's ever going to notice once your tray is made. But actually, I see that I did that on another one as well. But yeah, now that the tray is made, no one's ever going to notice. And when I saw this pattern on Better Call Saul, I just thought it looked really cool. And I knew that I could make it with the blocks. But it did take a bit of working out first. So I'm just going to finish off this last one. And you definitely need to let this one dry properly, and I actually did that. I had to go feed Romy, so it actually got time to dry before I moved on to the next step. So just flipping it over, and I am going to glue some half beads to all these corners to make it stronger, but you can always use tower blocks to make it stronger, or some popsicle sticks. You could also, like I said before, put it on, glue it onto a piece of wood or something like that. Also, if you wanted to make this wall art, you could just glue some beads on the front of it, and not these side ones though. And that would look really cool. And then I stained it with some Warm Navy wood stain by Valentine, and then I'm going to dry brush it with some plaster chalk paint. Again, you could just leave it this color if you want to. You could make it any color that you like, whatever's going to match your house and your decor. But I think this, when you put this paint over it, it looks like denim. So I'm just dry brushing it all over. I did end up going back over it again and dry brushing over it again. Oh, and if you were making this wall decor, you could also put beads over the whole thing, the half wooden beads. I think that would look really nice. I was just going to dry brush it like I did the other DIYs, but I thought I would mix it up a wee bit. So if you were going to make this, what colour would you do it, or would you just stain it? And what stain would you use? I did think about doing the early American. Oh, it'd be nice in the Jacobean. I'm not making another one to see. But it would be nice in those colours, I think. The next DIY after this is... It's got a lot more blocks, but it's an easy one. There's no cutting involved. And this is how it turned out, and I just love the pattern that it makes with the squares. I just think it looks so cool. You need 276 blocks for this, which is 4 packs. and some wood glue. You need 7 of these squares, and they are 12 blocks each. So glue 6 together side by side and then another 6 on top. And then you need 6 of these, which are 8 blocks. So 4 and then another 4 glued on top. And then you need 12 of these, and these are 10 blocks each. Here I have 2 10 blocks, 1 8 block, and 2 of the 12 blocks. And the 12 blocks are the top and the bottom, and the 8 block is going to be the back, and then the 10 block pieces are for the sides. There you go, and that's the first one. I put something heavy on till the glue sets. So for this one you need 3 of the 12 blocks and 2 of the 8 blocks and then 4 of the 10 blocks. And then the 8 block is going to be the back and the 10 blocks are going to be the sides. And then you're going to put the 12 block square on the top, and then you're just going to repeat that again. The 8 blocks, well, that's actually a rectangle. So that's at the back, and then the 10 blocks are at the sides, and the 12 block is on the top. And for the last one is all the leftover pieces. So you're just going to do the same thing, but this is going to be 3 high. So you're just doing the same as the last 2 until you've used up all your pieces. And you don't have to make all these, you could just make one of them if you wanted to. Maybe you just wanted to just make the big one, or you wanted to make 3 of the wee ones. It's up to you. And also you could make them fully enclosed if you wanted to. So I'll just put the top on here. So it didn't even take that long to make these. To glue all the pieces together wasn't that long, and then this part was really quick. So this is what they look like, and I'm going to dry brush them with the plaster chalk paint. Again, it's up to you if you want to stain these or if you want to paint them another colour or paint them completely. Or you could stain them and then distress them, or whatever, paint them, distress them. It's up to you. I just love how this looks with the dry brush and the plaster paint over them. If you watch my videos, you'll notice that I go through phases of, if I like something, I'll keep using it for a while until I find something else I like better. And I like the plaster colour paint because it's not bright white. I'll just finish showing you me painting this one, and then I will show you what I did next. I am just using some wee half beads for feet, and I'll link them down below as well. You can use these, or you could use beads, or you don't even have to use any. So you could leave them like this, but I found this ribbon at Dollar Tree and it's quite thin, so it fits perfectly on the edges of these tower blocks, and I am just hot gluing it to the top and the bottom of each one. You can do all these parts if you want to, but I just wanted to do the top and the bottom. And then I burnt the wee hairs off with a lighter. So for this one, I'm just doing the top and the bottom, and the same for the other one. I thought it might be too much if I do it on all of them, but again, it might actually look nice. But I do love this ribbon. I finally found the 3 different styles of it after years of looking, and I bought 5 rolls of each. So you will see them in, obviously, in future DIYs. But I did find the one with the looks like circles on it on Temu, so I will just get it from there in the future. So I'm just finishing up this last piece, and then I'm gonna burn all the wee hairs off. You could also put the ribbon around the back as well, but I didn't want to because you're not gonna see it unless you want to turn them around, which I'm gonna show you in one of the clips. And yeah, I just thought it was a waste because I'm not going to turn them around. I wanted a wee succulent holder, candle holders, or you could put really small trinkets in these if you wanted to, or some flowers. You could switch them out, or you could put crystals in here. That would be cool too. So you could have them as candle holders. And then in the next clips, I'm going to show you some other ideas. So this is what they look like with just the succulents in them. And then you could change up how you arrange them. You could always make more and this is what it looked like turned the other way around, the geometric beads. And this picture I got from Shein, and it's actually a wall sticker. It was a set of 3. If you watched my Shein haul, you would have seen them. So what I'm going to do is stick it down to some foam board from Dollar Tree, and I'm just doing it bit by bit, and it was easier with the kitchen roll to do it and make sure there's no air bubbles, and just take your time doing it. It looks like I'm doing it really fast because I've speeded it up 4 times the speed. I'm sure this was 16 by 22. I can't remember. There is a smaller size as well. And I am making a frame for this. So I'm making it to fit this picture, but you need to measure whatever you decide that whatever picture you want to make this kind of frame for. And then I'm just cutting it out with an X-Acto knife around the sticker. And then I'm going to use some Dollar Tree super glue wood glue. You can use any wood glue you like. And I already have a row of 7 tower blocks, and I just made a second row of them. And now I am making a row of 8 tower blocks. I already made one, so there's going to be 2 of those as well. And I'm just using a wet paper towel to take off any excess glue. Now I am making 6 sets of 6 tower blocks. And now I am making 2 sets of 7 tower blocks. I could have made them at the start, but the sets of 6 and the sets of 7 are going to be joined together to make the longer sides. So here I took the set of 7 tower blocks and I measured these geometric beads beside it, and there was 22 along, I'm sure it was. And I am just gluing them with the holes facing each other. But for this, it doesn't really matter so long as the holes are not facing at the top. And then I'm just making sure they're going to be straight and fit in between the tower blocks by squeezing them on the sides. So now I'm going to glue together a set of 6 tower blocks and a set of 7 tower blocks, and I'm going to do that for the two sides. I don't know if you can hear my dog walking around. And now I'm going to join together 2 sets of 6 tower blocks. Off camera I made the beads as long as the sides, and then I stained everything with some golden oak gel stain, and I already put it together, so I'm just going to glue it all together now. And yeah, just make sure it's all going to fit. It doesn't fit perfect because it's tower blocks and they're not all the same size, and neither are those beads. I forgot to say, I got the beads on Amazon and I will link them down below. And I do have 2 other videos where I made DIYs with just those beads, so I'll also link them down below. So I'm just going to keep gluing everything together. So the longer tower block pieces are going to be on the outside and the shorter ones are going to be on the inside of the beads. I can't remember how many beads it was to go down. I think it was 34 or something like that. But it depends on what you want to make this frame for. If you want to make one this big or for something smaller, you got to measure it out. But I actually did make this a little bit too big, which you will see when I glue it to the picture. I don't know, my brain is just not working the same while I'm pregnant. I hope she comes out soon so my brain will work normal again. Well, better than it is now. Oh yeah, I stained all the pieces before I glued them together just because it was going to be easier because I was using the gel stain. But if you're using a liquid stain, then you could glue it all together first and that would be fine. Also make sure all your pieces are properly dry before you start putting together like I did. So once I put it all together, I held it together with some painter's tape and then I left it to dry overnight. I did add on more off camera. Just needed to hold it all together until it dried. Also, you can use whatever color stain or paint you like. This is just the one that I wanted to use. I thought it would go nice with the picture. So I just took the, what's it called? The painter's tape off and I turned it over, and now I'm just using some Scotch glue, but you can use any glue you like to glue it to the sticker, but the sticker is shorter at the top and the bottom than the where I put the glue at the top and the bottom, but it's held on fine by the sides. And then I just put hot glue in the corners because I wanted a fast hold. But as you can see, at the top and the bottom, I made my frame a little bit too big. But anyway, this is how it turned out. I did stick a hanger on the back with some hot glue and a popsicle stick. But I do love how this frame turned out. I just wish that I'd measured it better. So just double check when you're making it that it's going to fit properly. I'm going to use some Dollar Tree Super Glue Wood Glue. I'm going to glue together these tower blocks, and it's going to be 7 blocks across and 3 blocks high. And you can make this DIY whatever size you want as well. I just wanted to make a wee one just to show you, give you guys an idea. And I just make sure I wipe off any excess glue, and then I stained it with the golden oak gel stain. And now I just measured the beads out, and you need to measure them because they're not all the same size, and you want to make sure it's going to fit around your frame good. I'm not your frame, your tower blocks. So I just glued them all together, and I have the holes all facing the one way, up and down, like the holes glued together. That makes sense. So you don't see them. And now I'm just doing the other side. I don't know if you can see, I only have a little tiny screen here when I'm doing the voiceover, but I'm gluing it hole to hole. And then just making sure it's gonna dry in a straight line. And now I'm gonna do the top and the bottom. And if the beads don't fit properly, just swap them out for another bead. So I'm not going to stain these beads, I'm just leaving them like this, but you could stain them all the same color as the tower blocks, or you could paint them, it's up to you. Later in the video I do make the beads and the tower blocks different colors, just to show you what it would look like. Oh, and I just use a wee paintbrush to get rid of the glue in between the beads. And now I'm just going to glue all the pieces together and then move on to the next step. So I have Instagram, Pinterest, and what's the other one? TikTok. And they're all the name Bonnie Blings as well. So it would be nice if you guys could follow me on those other platforms, because I would like to build up my followers there. So here I'm just measuring the tower blocks around the outside, and then I'm going to glue them together. So I just need 3 on the bottom and then 4 on the sides. And then once I glued them together and waited on them to dry, I stained them with the golden oak gel stain as well. So I'm just gluing all the pieces together now that the stain is dried. I'm just using the wood glue again. And you can of course make the whole thing, well, all the tower block parts and then stain them all at the same time. But I make most of these DIYs up as I'm going along. So I don't know how many tower blocks I'm going to need or what I'm going to do with them. If I'm going to paint them or stain them. Sometimes I do, sometimes I know exactly what I'm going to do with them. So now I have some plaster Waverly chalk paint. And I have this wee moon from Amazon, it's like 2 inches. I will link it down below as well. It was a pack of, I don't know, 30 or something. So I'm just going to hot glue it to the top of this. And then I have these flowers from Dollar Tree. So I am just choosing which ones I want to glue to it. And you could use any flowers for this. You could put some scrapbook paper, or you could put some words inside this. It's up to you. This is just what I wanted to do with it. But whatever you want to do is up to you because you're making it. So I'm just arranging them and then I'm going to hot glue them down. And I got these flowers a couple years ago actually. So it's about time I used them. Could even stencil something in there or use stickers from Dollar Tree or put a mirror in there. It's up to you. Anyway, I took ages arranging them and now I'm just gluing them down. I keep getting so out of breath doing these voiceovers. I'm just sitting down. Let me know in the comments down below if you would make this one and what you would put inside it. Would you do the same as me or something else? Maybe you can give me some ideas for some other stuff or other DIYs. So I'll just finish this off camera because it's taken a wee while. And then I just strung up some beads and I'm just attaching them to the back of the frame with some hot glue and a popsicle stick. And this is how it turned out, and I think it turned out really pretty. I'm using the Dollar Tree Super Glue Wood Glue again. I'll always use it because it comes in a wee bottle and it's just easy to use. So I have 2 tower blocks and 3 beads and I'm just joining them together, but I'm doing the holes facing the tower blocks. So the ends you can't see the holes, or the top you can't see the holes. And I'm going to do this twice. I just clean up any glue. And now I am gluing together 3 tower blocks. And I do this 4 times. So someone asked me to make a mobile phone holder out of tower blocks, and I know people have made them so many times, but they haven't made them with the beads, geometric beads, so I decided to make one. And it was a bit harder than I thought it was going to be. So this time the beads are going to the side again, or so long as the top and the bottom ones you cannot see the hole because you're going to see the top. I'm just going to glue them all together now and then glue the sides on. I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. I cannot find tower blocks in my shops either. And I have tons of Dollar Trees around me. I cannot find them. I have to order them online. And I do order them by the case since I use so many. But you can order them like a couple of boxes at a time, if you know how many boxes that you need. So I don't need to know that you can't find tower blocks. I can't find them either. But they are available on the Dollar Tree website. You can get as many as you want there. I wish Dollar Tree sold everything on their website because I would just buy everything that I wanted. I can't find a Dollar Tree Plus anywhere, so if anybody in South Florida knows where there's a Dollar Tree Plus, please can you tell me? Now I have 9 tower blocks, so I'm going to glue 4 together on one side, then 1 tower block in the middle, and then 4 on the other side. I'm going to clean it up. And then I'm going to glue these parts I made earlier to the front, and then I'm going to leave it to dry. So that's what it looks like. So I'm just going to glue it to the back, and then I'm just using my Mod Podge bottle to hold it up till it dries. Okay, so I'm using these 4 half beads, but I do end up taking them off because this wasn't tall enough when I tried it with my phone, because the charger is supposed to go through that hole at the front, and it wasn't tall enough. So here I stuck on a piece of popsicle stick just to strengthen it a bit. I ended up putting the other one on too off camera. So I took them off and then I put these blocks on instead. These are just the wee square cubes from Dollar Tree. and that made it tall enough. So then I decided to put an extra tower block at the back to make it a bit stronger. And then I added another tower block behind the front pieces so that when the charger is in, it can still sit. And this is what it looks like. And this was harder to make than I thought it was going to be because I had to do all those extra bits from what I had in my head. Anyway, I decided to paint it with some Spanish moss chalk paint. You can stain it, paint it, whatever you want. And then I distressed it with some sandpaper from Dollar Tree. I just wanted to see what another colour looked like on these beads. And I wished I had made the beads green and stained the wood. So that's what I do in the next DIY, so I can show you guys what that looks like. But that's how it turned out anyway. I'm using the Dollar Tree super glue wood glue again. I'm gluing 2 tower blocks together and I made 10 of these. And now I'm making 4 of these and it is 11 tower blocks. This is another DIY. You can make whatever size that you would like. This is just what I decided to go for. So I have my 2 tower blocks, well, 2 sets of the 2 tower blocks, and then I'm just measuring the beads. So you need 6 beads, but just make sure they're going to be the same length as the tower blocks. And then just glue them together hole to hole and make sure you take off any excess glue. And then I just squeeze them together like that so that make sure they were going to be straight and fit in between the tower blocks. And here I have the longer length and I am just placing the beads, making sure that they are all going to fit. So the top and bottom ones, you have to have the holes facing the tower blocks so you don't see the hole at the top or the bottom. But the other ones, you can change them around to either be hole to hole or to the tower blocks, just whatever is going to fit. And then just glue them all together. Just don't glue them to the tower blocks just yet, unless you want to make it all the one colour. But I'm going to paint the beads and then stain the tower blocks. It's all wood. So after I did a few, I squeezed it with the tower blocks just to make sure that they were all going to be in line. And then I carried on, and then I did that again. So I did that 3 times. I think I did it 3 times. Just to make sure they were all going to be in a straight line. And I just cleaned up any glue. So the beads I'm going to paint with the Spanish moss paint. And I'm going to stain the tower blocks with the golden oak gel stain. And then I'm going to distress all the beads with some sandpaper. And this was sandpaper from Dollar Tree, and I used so many sheets doing it because it just kept breaking apart. So maybe use better sandpaper than the Dollar Tree one. So now I'm just going to glue all my pieces together. And this is what it should look like. I'll do, I'm showing you them all. Anyway, you end up with 5 of these. But I think this colour stain goes really nice with the Spanish moss colour. I love the Spanish moss colour. Somebody just commented that golden oak is from the 70s, but I wasn't around then, so. But I think it's a nice colour. And I usually use the early American stain, and I wanted to switch it up and not just use that one all the time. So I need to see what these beads look like with the Jacobean stain, because I love that one too. But I don't know, what's your favourite stains? I like those three. I used to love the antique wax, but I don't really like that one anymore. The early American stain looks similar to the antique wax. Anyway, I'm just gluing together the last pieces. Oh, that's Renisha. She wanted to say hi. She was making something for her auntie beside me. So once they're dry, I turn all the pieces over, and then I glued these. I just did every second tower block for these, for the steps, because it's a ladder. I'm just gonna glue it all together. My friend asked me why I was making a ladder. I said because people just love them here. They love ladder DIYs. So I am just gluing some popsicle sticks to the back just to reinforce it, as you're not going to see that anyway. Wow, these are craft sticks. I'll just do one for each of the steps, and they just fit right across. I didn't have to cut them down or anything, which was good. I just glue the last one on, and then I turn it over and make sure I wipe off any of the excess glue. Make sure it's all stuck together. So I wasn't sure how to style it or if I had anything to style it, so that part is up to you guys. But anyway, I like how it turned out. And for the first DIY, you need 3 of these 72 block tower block packs and some wood glue. I'm going to use the Dollar Tree Super Glue wood glue. And I have a bag of these geometric beads from Amazon, and I will link them down below. First, I'm going to glue 2 tower blocks on top of each other, and then another 2 tower blocks on top of each other. And then I'm going to take 3 of the geometric beads, and I'm going to glue them on the whole sides, and then the sides that are going to be touching, and then stick the tower blocks to the other side. And I made 24 of these. Then I glued 3 tower blocks together, and I made 45 of these. It sounds like a lot, but it didn't take too long, and this is the hardest DIY in the video. The other ones are easier. So I'm just laying them out, facing each one in a different direction, and I'm doing them 5 up and 8 across. You can make them all the same way if you want to, and just make one big piece, or you could use a big piece of wood or foam board. It's up to you. So now I'm just gluing them all together. If you can't find tower blocks in your stores, you can buy them on the Dollar Tree website. You can buy smaller quantities. They will ship them to the store for free, and then you can go pick them up. That's what I do, because I haven't found them in the shop for years. And I do buy a couple of cases at a time because I use so many, but you guys aren't going to need that much. So here I am just gluing the other pieces on top around the outside, and I'm doing them the opposite directions as well. You could do them all the same way if you want to, it's up to you. Someone got so offended when I said that I didn't want you to comment if you can't find tower blocks in the shop, because you can buy them online. There's no point telling me you can't find them, because I can't find them either. So I wasn't trying to be rude. Anyway, this you could make into a tray. You could make it a different shape, well, obviously a square. You can make it bigger or smaller. You can make it a tray, or you could make it a mirror frame, or you could put a picture inside here and just make it a picture frame. That's not what I'm doing today. But these are all ideas that you can do with this tower block design. So you can paint or stain this or leave it plain, do whatever colors that you like. But I'm going to use some Worn Navy wood stain by Valentine because I just wanted to see what it looked like. And I have this home sign from Dollar Tree, and I'm just turning it over and putting a bit of painter's tape on the back to cover the holes, and then using a bit of spackle, which is a bit dried up, but I want to fill in those holes so that you don't see them when I paint it. And I'm using some Waverly Plaster Chalk paint, and I'm just using a sponge brush from Dollar Tree, and I am just dabbing the paint all over the sign. I ended up giving it 3 coats because there was some wee air bubbles on it and I was trying to cover them up. And then in between coats I just used my heat gun, and I'll link it down below. I got it from Amazon. I'm too impatient to wait on the paint drying, so this comes in handy. They do have other words, signs and wooden ones and stuff in Dollar Tree that you can use. This is just what I had at home. It says home. And you can also use your Cricut. I haven't used my Cricut in, I don't know, I think nearly a year. Oh my god. And I've been paying the Cricut subscription, so I need to try and use that soon. And here I am just gluing these beads from these beads from Dollar Tree to the back with some hot glue and a popsicle stick, but it ended up coming off, so I probably wouldn't use this. But I did glue on some square ones later on so that I could just take the picture for you, but I'm gonna have to restring the beads with something a bit stronger because it snapped. So I'm just hot gluing the home sign to the front. Just trying to get in position. You have to be quick because the metal heats up, and this is how it turned out. This is with the square beads. I love how this one turned out. I do really like that stain. I was thinking maybe of dry brushing around the border with the plaster paint. I don't know, do you think I should do it? Let me know in the comments down below. You just need 1 box of these tower blocks for this DIY and some wood glue, any wood glue that you like. And you can see I already made 5 of these, so I'm just gluing together 2 tower blocks end to end, and then another 2 tower blocks, and then I am going to glue 6 of the geometric beads. I'm gluing them the whole side to the tower block. I just make a wee sandwich, and then I have 3 tower blocks across, and I'm going to use 9 beads and just do the same thing, and I made 6 of those all together. You just want to make sure the hole is facing the tower block because you don't want to see it on the sides or on the front. And 1 bag of the geometric beads made all these DIYs. I think I have about 20 beads left over. I could have made something else, but I didn't. Off camera I made 4 of these blocks. They're 6 blocks across, so they fit exactly with the pieces we already made with the geometric beads. And I just glued 2 of them in between 3 of the other pieces that I made, and I make 2 of these because these are the side panels. And this I made 8 across, and I made 4 of these as well. And I did put that tower block at the side, but then I ended up having to take it off and move it across a wee bit to make sure there wasn't a the gap on either side was the same, so don't bother with those tower block bits. And this is the base, and these are two pieces that are 7 blocks across, and I'm just using some hot glue and some other tower blocks just to hold it all in place. And I'm gluing the edges as well, gluing it together first. And you can use the wood glue for this, but because I am just painting the outside, I'm not going to stain it. I'm just going to use hot glue. But if you're going to stain it, then the hot glue won't stick. So I did two sides, and then I'm gluing in the base piece, and I'm just putting a tower block on each side of the base as well, just for extra support. And then just gluing whichever edges are going to be touching, then I'm going to glue them. And then just putting in the other tower blocks. I glued 2 tower blocks in each corner just to make sure that it was held together really well. And I just did that in every single corner. And there's always glue strings. So this is me just putting the last pieces in now. Let me know if you like the tower blocks with the geometric beads, because I have lots more ideas. I don't know if I'll ever run out of tower block ideas. I have other ones without the beads with something else that I think would look nice. So that'll probably be next month. I will make some of those DIYs. So I'm just gluing some half beads on the bottom, and then I'm using some Waverly plaster chalk paint, and I am just dry brushing it all over this planter. And you can use whichever color you like, or stain it whatever color you like. Use a combination colors if you like. I really like how this looks with the plaster paint just dried brushed over it. I'm only going to show you me doing one side and then I'll do the rest off camera. And this is how it turned out, and I really love this one. I got these big wall stickers from Shein, and they're like 16 by 22 I think, and this foam board is from Dollar Tree, and I am just going to stick it to the foam board, and I'm using a cloth to smooth it out. And it was all going well until I realised that I'd put it on squint, and I wanted to leave a bit of foam board around each edge to glue the tower blocks onto, and I also messed up this bit at the bottom, so just be careful when you are sticking the stickers down. You can get smaller size of all the stickers as well. And here I am just using an X-Acto knife and a ruler just to make a border around this, because I needed more space to stick the beads to. Now that that's cut out, I'm just using some black paint, and I'm painting along the edges and anywhere the foam board is showing, except I didn't do the back. You're not going to see that. Just make sure you don't get it on your picture. And yeah, just paint all of this. The picture is like, the frame is more brown, but you're not going to notice that anyway. Well, I'm not, because it's going to be on the wall. And it's in a darker area. And then I use one of these tower block packs and some wood glue. And I'm gluing 2 tower blocks together like this, and I did that for 30. I made 30 of them. And then I have 30 beads, and I have these wee half beads, and I'm just gluing half beads to 4 of the geometric beads, because those are going to be in the corners and you don't want to see the hole. So I'm going to start with one of those beads that has the bead on top. And then I am gluing the other pieces, the tower blocks, in between them. And you can do them with the join side showing, or you can do them with like the front of the tower block showing. It's up to you. And I made this with 5 tower blocks, and then I realized that it was supposed to be 6. That's when I realized. So it's use 6 tower blocks, and then just put the one with the bead on the top at the end. And then you need to make 2 of these, because it's going to be the top and the bottom of the frame. If you wanted to, you could stain them first before you glue them together, and then you could just glue them right onto the foam board. You can also add some extra tower blocks on the outside or either side of them as well if you wanted to make it a stronger frame, but I wanted a wee skinny frame. And now I'm just doing the rest of the tower blocks. I'm starting with a tower block instead of a bead, and this is going to be 9 tower blocks long, and I make 2 of them because those are going to be the sides, and either end is going to have just a tower block and not a bead. I did it with 8, and then I made the other one, and then I realized it was supposed to be 9. Try and make sure yours are straight. I should maybe get a longer ruler. And it's when I add in the other, the last ones on to make it 9 in a row. And I'm using the Jacobean wood stain by Minwax. So here's my pieces, and I'm just going to hot glue them together because I didn't want to wait on the wood glue. And then I just put it over. So the border that's on the sticker, the last one I made, there was a white bit at the top and the bottom of the picture still. And this one, it is the white bits, no, the black bits are wider at the sides. So I'm going to show you what I do to fix that. So I just put some wood glue all over it, and then some hot glue in the corners. And then if it doesn't bother you, can just leave it like this. Depends what picture you're putting in it, I suppose. So I'm just going to add a hanger now, using some twine and some hot glue and some popsicle stick. I'm just making it straight like this so you don't see it when it hangs. And this picture is actually really lightweight. So I have some electrical tape from Dollar Tree, and I'm just making a border with that. It's black, but it blends in. On the other picture that I made in the other tower block video, I think I'm going to get some white washi tape to put around the border, and I'll just need to remember and get some. And I'm going to do that so that it still has the white border around it, instead of putting extra blocks to cover up the white part. I'm going to keep the white part. So I've made these tower blocks and geometric bead DIYs in different stains and colours. Now, which one do you guys like the best? I don't know, I think I like them all. And this is how it turned out. And I just love the Jacobean wood stain. I think all the wood stains are my favourite. So you need one box of the 72 block tower block packs. That's such a mouthful. And some wood glue for this DIY, and I just made I made 4 of these, so it's 3 tower blocks across and then 9 beads, and then gonna make the beads into a sandwich. And I'm gluing the holes to the tower blocks, just like I did on the other DIY. And then I always use a wee paintbrush to get rid of any excess glue. So this is 9 blocks across and 3 blocks high, and this is going to be the base for this part. I just always wipe off any excess glue with a wet paper towel. Especially if you're going to paint it, it doesn't matter quite as much, but if you're going to stain it, then the stain doesn't cover over the glue. So now I'm just gluing one of these to each side, and I always glue the sides with the glue, will be the sides that will be like on the inside or that I glue the beads to. And here I'm just gluing 2 beads on top of each other in each corner, and then a wee half bead on the top to cover the hole. Now you could make this like this and make a wee tray, or you could make it a rectangle, make it bigger or smaller. But I'm going to make mine into a plant stand, and this is going to be the top. So for the legs, I made these 6 blocks high, and I made 8 of them. You need 2 for each leg. And then this is what the leg is supposed to look like. So I just turn the tower blocks on their side, and this time I'm gluing the holes facing to the top and the bottom, and not facing the tower blocks. And then I just glued however many beads it took to cover, or the same length as the tower blocks. And then I'm going to turn it on the side, put some glue on it, and then glue the tower blocks on like this. And then I'm going to use some Waverly plaster chalk paint, and I'm just going to dry brush it like I did for the other DIY that I did. And you could make this a picture frame. You could put a picture, or do something with your Cricut or a napkin or something in that base part if you wanted to decorate it some more. Also, you can stain it or paint it whatever colour you like. But I really like how this looks like this. So I won't show you me painting the legs. I will do that off camera. And then I'm going to turn it upside down, and I'm going to glue the legs in the corners, but I'm going to use some hot glue and these cubes from Dollar Tree to just give it some extra support. You could do a row of 3 tower blocks along in between the legs if you want to and make it stronger. You could also make a base the same as the top, and you could make it into a lantern if you wanted to, but I wanted a plant stand. So I'm just putting on plenty of hot glue and gluing these wee pieces in. I actually want this to be taller, so when I get some more beads I'm going to make it taller, because where I want to put it in my house it needs to be a bit taller, but you can make it whatever length that you like. And this is how it turned out, and I love how it turned out. Otherwise, for this first one you only need 1 box of tower blocks and some wood glue or whichever glue you want to use. I'm gluing 3 blocks together end to end, and I already made 3, so you need 4 of these altogether. And always use a wet paper towel to wipe away any excess glue. And now I already made one which is 4 blocks end to end, and I'm just making the second one now. And always make sure you wipe away any excess glue, because if you want to stain it, the stain won't take to the glue. I'm gluing 2 of the 3-piece tower blocks together to make the sides, and then I'm going to do the same for the other side. And I have one, the middle part is the tower blocks are standing up, and then the side they are lying flat. And then I'm going to glue the 4-piece standing up to the top and the bottom. I almost forgot that's what I was supposed to be doing. And then I'm just using my ruler, try and make sure it's all even. And I made 2 of these because I had 2 different ideas for this. And I'm gonna dry brush them with some Waverly Plaster Chalk paint. I already started this one and I'd already done the other one. I was like, oh, I should film me doing some of this. So yeah, I just take a wee bit of my paintbrush and then I'm just brushing it over because I want to see some of the wood through it. If you want to, you can stain these with your favourite stain or use your favourite colour paint. I just really like this plaster one because it's not totally bright white. So just keep painting it on until you're happy with how it looks. I've decided for this one I'm going to glue on 6 of these half beads, and I'm not sure if you can get ones like this at Dollar Tree, but I got them from Amazon and I will link them down below. And then for the next one I have this pretty ribbon from Dollar Tree, and I am just going to glue a piece to each side. And I finally found these ribbons. It took me years, so I bought 5 packs of each. Because they have 3 different designs, and you could fill up those spaces completely with beads or put 5 beads on, it's up to you. And you can also use any kind of ribbon that you like. And I'm just burning off the wee hairs with a lighter. And this scrapbook paper is called Alchemy, it's by Stamperia, and I will link it down below. And I'm just choosing this part of it because I wanted to see the sun and the moon still, and I marked it where I would have to cut it. Well, I was going to cut it a little bit away from where I marked it, but then I couldn't see where I'd done it. So I'm just cutting out with some scissors and just checking it and then I do have to trim off some more. It's better to trim it down than cut it too small in the first place. And then for the other one, I wanted to use this other piece of paper. This scrapbook paper is so beautiful. It's got lots of suns and moons and stuff on it, stuff that I love. And then I'm just cutting that out as well. And I'm doing it so that the squares of the paper don't fit in it completely, but there's going to be like a wee edge of the next square around the border so that it's all even on the inside. And you'll see at the end what, well, if you remember to look for it. Or you can see here a little bit. I hadn't stuck it down properly, so I had to go and take it off and do it again. But there's a wee edge of the next square around, making like a wee border, so all the squares are visible in the middle, all the full squares, if that makes sense. And I just hot gluing these on. You can attach them to some foam board or something if you want to, but I'm just doing this. And then just trimming off any extra bits that are hanging off. And then I'm just hot gluing them down. I just pull off any excess hot glue that has seeped out. And I'm just doing the same for the next one. I already strung up some beads. I have 6 on this one, and I'm just going to glue them down with a piece of craft stick. And then on the other one, I think I had 14 beads, but you can put however many you like. I just wanted to show you 2 different ways of doing it, and I'm just going to glue that down the same as I did the first one. Next, I'm using this camel color paint by Folk Art, and this moon is from Amazon. It was a pack of like 20 or something. I will link it down below. And I'm just painting all over just the one side and the edges. And I'm just drying it with my heat gun. I also link that down below. If you're impatient like me, it comes in handy. And now I'm taking some of that plaster chalk paint and I'm just dry brushing it on. And I don't want to do too much on it. And in the places where I did it a bit thicker, I end up going over again with the camel paint. So it's up to you what kind of look that you like. And then I have another moon for the other picture. And I am just dry brushing the plaster chalk paint on, and then I just did some of the camel paint. I just did that lightly until I liked how it looked. And now I am going to put these wee tassels that I got from Amazon on. I'll also link them down below, and the beads. I know you can get beads in Dollar Tree as well. And I'm just deciding how many beads I want to put on my piece of twine. I'm just gluing the ends, and then I'm going to put the beads on. And I did want to do 3 beads, but it wasn't going to fit and have the moon sitting in the right place. And then it took me a while to figure out which way I should put the twine in with the tassel on. So I had to keep doing it to figure it out. I just burnt off the hairs first because they are annoying. If you get more expensive twine, it doesn't have as much hairs, but this is stuff from Dollar Tree. Okay, so this is how I ended up. No, I didn't. So you just have to keep trying things until you get them to look or work out how you want them to. And sometimes things take time. And then just keep putting things together and seeing how they look before you decide on what you want it to look like in the end. So this is where I decided it had to be 2 beads. I tied a knot in the top, and then I'm going to hot glue that on. Because I didn't want to hot glue it to the paper. I wanted it to stick out a little bit like it was hanging. And then I'm just putting a wee bead underneath to hold it up. And then this is when I realised it wasn't right in the centre like I wanted it to be. So I have to take it off and glue it again. And lucky with hot glue you can do that. So I glue it back in the right place. And then I ended up having to glue another bead underneath it. Now for the next moon, I wanted to have some beads hanging down with the tassel on the bottom, but I had to work out how I wanted to have it coming down from that hole. So I glued the 2 ends together at the top so I could slide the beads on. And I was going to do 3 beads, and then I decided it needed some more. Yeah, I thought that's not long enough. I want it a bit longer. But it's up to you. You can just do 3 beads if you want. Or no beads. Or no tassel. It's up to you. But then I was trying to work out how to get it to look at the top to cover up the hole and so that they would hang down. So I was thinking maybe if I tied it, but that didn't look right. So I glued the ends together again, and then I put some more beads on. It's like maybe 5 beads. And then I decided on 7 beads. And then in the end I decided just to poke it through the hole and then glue it down at the back after all that fiddling around. I just burnt off any wee hairs that were sticking out. And then I want to glue down the tassel and the beads so they don't move around. And then I am just hot gluing this to the middle of the picture. I had to glue the beads again. And this is how they turned out, and I really love these. I just love In-Hand Celestial, and the scrapbook paper is so beautiful. So you need 1 box of tower blocks for this DIY. Obviously not going to use them all, but and some wood glue. And then I'm going to use this scrapbook paper again. And you can see Ethan was playing at the side there. He likes to come in and play with the blocks and stuff. So I'm just going to cut out these 3. And I was going to use these 3 at first, but then I really liked how the key one looked, so I want to keep that for another project by itself. And just trim down all the excess. And then I decided I'm going to swap the key one out and use the owl one. No, the creativity one. I was already using the owl one. So here I have 5 sets of 3 blocks glued end to end, and I'm just making the 6th one. So that's 6 altogether. And then wiping off any excess glue. And this one, I already made one. This is 8 blocks end to end. And you need to make 2 of these. So I've taken my 3 pictures and I laid them out, and then I'm gonna lay the tower blocks around them and in between them so I know where I need to glue them. And just like the first DIY, I am gluing the 2 sides together with one on its side and one of the tower blocks on its back, and then the 2 middle ones are on their back, and the top and the bottom are on their side. I had to change it to this way because you see my mat is not flat, and I keep meaning to fix that, but I never get around to it. So I'm just gluing them all together, but I'm not gluing the pictures in. They are just so I know how much space I need. See, they're not glued in. I cut down a piece of foam board to fit, and I'm just going to hot glue it to the back because I need something for my pictures to glue to. So just make sure it's all glued down and pressed down, and then get rid of any excess glue strings. And then I painted the whole thing with some truffle Waverly chalk paint, and here I am just sanding off and distressing it. It's up to you if you want to do this part, but I really like how it looks. If you wanted to, you could just dry brush the paint on if you don't want to sand it off, but it gives 2 different looks, and this is what I wanted for this one. But the tower blocks looked, the pictures, the scrapbook paper, my god, looked really good with just the plain tower blocks, unfinished ones. But I wanted a dark frame on it, so I chose this truffle colour. And then I'm just wiping off the dust with a wet paper towel. Well, we call it kitchen roll in Scotland, but people don't seem to call it that here. Or they don't know what I'm talking about, but kitchen roll, toilet roll. So I'm just making sure that my pictures are going to fit inside, and then I'm just going to trim down any if I need to. I'll trim down the sides if I need to. And I was seeing if, because sometimes one picture will fit in one place, because the tower blocks are not all the same size, so sometimes one picture will fit in the next section. So always try that. And then just keep trimming it down till it fits. And then I am just hot gluing these in. You can use a glue stick or some other kind of glue if you want to. I wanted to add something to the sides, so I have these wee flowers. They're wooden cutout flowers from Amazon, and I will also link them down below. with flowers and some leaves. I don't know if you can hear my dog barking in the background, but he keeps barking. That's the naughty one, Toby, the black one. So I've just glued them down with some wood glue. And now I am just hot gluing an end of some twine, and then I'm just going to put 10 beads on. You can put more beads if you want to. And then I am going to glue it to the back with a popsicle stick. Well, we would just call it a lollipop stick back home. And then I have these miter shears. So everybody that uses them on YouTube makes it look so easy to cut the tower blocks and everything with them, but I just must be a weakling because I was struggling to do the craft sticks with it. But if you have normal strength, then you should be fine. But anyway, I'll link them down below. And then I'm just burning off the excess hairs with a lighter, and I love how this turned out. I just love the scrapbook paper. But I know these are all easy tower block DIYs. You can use any paper you want inside them. You could put pictures in it. You could turn it on its side and have it like that. So I need one tower block box for this DIY and some wood glue. I'm using the same scrapbook paper, and I'm going to cut out this square here. Again, you can use whatever scrapbook paper you have. And then I made 6 of these. I already made 5, but I'm showing you the 6th one. And it's 4 blocks glued end to end. Then I made 2 of these, and they are 5 blocks glued end to end. So this is the same as the other frames that I just made, and the 2 5 block pieces are going to go top and bottom, and then you're going to glue the sides with one on its side and one on its back. And then these ones are going to be on our side at the top and the bottom. And then these ones are going to be flat on their back. So the inside of the frame is raised and the outside is lying flat. I'm using some black acrylic paint, and I am just going to dry brush it all over the frame. You can make it solid colour if you want to, but I wanted the wood to show through and it to look distressed, and that was my last bit of sandpaper you saw in the last clip. And I've been to Dollar Tree a couple of times and they have no sanding blocks or sandpaper, so I need to try and go to another one and see if I can find some. But just keep brushing it on until it looks how you want it to look. And make sure you do the insides as well. Here's what's left of my piece of sandpaper. And I'm just going over the corners because I wanted them to look more distressed. So I already cut out a piece of foam board and I'm just hot gluing my picture to it. And then I am going to hot glue my frame on. And just making sure that there's no pieces of foam board showing at the side. And then this is just a wee hook that I had from something from Dollar Tree. I'm just using it for this. have a square bead from Dollar Tree, and I'm just gluing it to the back of this sun, which was from a garden stake from Dollar Tree, and I'd painted it black and then gold, dry brush gold over it for another DIY, but I lost the footage for that, so I'm going to use it for this. And I'm just hot gluing it down. And this is how it turned out. I love this one too. Had so much fun making these. It's been so long since I've been able to craft, since I've been pregnant and stuff, so it's good to get back to it. Hey everyone, today I have some spiral tower block DIYs. For this DIY you need one of the 72 block packs of tower blocks, and I'm using some weld bond today that my friend sent me, and she said it was really good for the tower blocks. So I already made 19 of these and it's just 2 blocks stuck side by side. And then once they are dry, I just start the spiral, and I just make sure that I wipe off any excess glue with a wet paper towel. So you just want to cross them over diagonally like this so that opposite corners are touching, and then just keep repeating this. And I'm going to show you me doing it all so that you can see how it comes together. Even though I've done spirals before, I did do candlesticks before with just one block, so I thought I would make them like this and make them chunkier and sturdier. So the weld bond is pretty good. It can stick more things than just wood, and I will leave a link down below if you want to try it. So I do this in halves, and I glue together 10, and then off camera I will glue the other 10 together. So just make sure they don't move around too much and they stay where you put them. So I'm showing you 10 here, but I ended up making another 2 because when the spiral goes round, I like the top and the bottom ones to start and finish in the same place. So I'm just going to do the rest of them off camera. Now that my 2 pieces are dry, I just glue them together. Oh, this is where I made the extra 2 sets of blocks, and I'm just putting them on the top. And now I'm just going to make a base, and I just glue 4 blocks together. And then I glue them to one side of the bottom, and then I just do the same to the other side. And then I decided it wasn't big enough, so I glued another 2 blocks to each side. And if you have some wood circles, you could use them for this, but I like how it looks with the square on the top. Well, this one's a rectangle. Or it will be when I'm finished. I'll do the other one off camera. Once your 2 pieces are dry, you can just glue them together. Obviously I don't wait until mine are dry. And just make sure that you line up the base and the top. Just eyeball it. and I stained it with some early American Minwax wood stain. So I'm going to use two packs of blocks and weld bond again, and I'm going to make another one. I'm going to show you the two together at the end of showing you this one. So this time I doubled up each of the blocks, and then I cross it diagonally on the first block like this. I'm just going to speed this part right up. So I'm just doing the same thing again, but if I don't show it, then someone will say something. So I ended up having to make an extra one at the end of this one too. So you just never know, sometimes you don't need to, sometimes you do. And because this one was more stable, I could just stack them right up. Even though they're moving. And then just fix them out. And then here I am, I'm just making another one. Or is this the other one? Oh, I don't know. But anyway, you might need to make extra ones to make the top and the bottom ones in line with each other. So now I'm just making a base, and I add 4 blocks to each side, and then I do the same thing for the top. And again, if you wanted, you could make this a round top and bottom. And you'll see in the next clip it's much quicker and easier if you just make 4 blocks, well 2 sets of 4 blocks, and then stick them to the bottom, and then the same for the top. And I just did 6 blocks, well, it'll be 6 blocks altogether for the base and the top, because these are 2 blocks wide, and the other one I had to do 7 blocks? No, 5? I can't even remember. No, yeah, 7. Because it was just a single tower block, so I had to even out on both sides. But it's up to you how many blocks you want to put for the base and the top. So here I already glued together these pieces, and then I glued them on, so just do them like that, it's much easier. And then I stained this one with the early American wood stain as well. And this is how they both turned out side by side, so you guys can see them. And I like them both. I think they look so pretty, and they would look so nice in other colours. So it's up to you what colours you want to make them. You need 2 of the 72 block tower block packs for this one, and I'm using a weld bond again. Now I am making a spiral, like a spiral staircase. So I'll just show you me doing it with 10 blocks, and I'm just doing the same thing, crossing over the pieces diagonally so the opposite corners are touching. And I'm showing you 10 blocks here. I've speeded up the video, but you really do, you can't see it because I speeded it up, but you do have to hold the blocks together until they set. These DIYs take a bit more time and effort, but then you get like cool spirals if you do it. So I did the other ones off camera, and until I see the next clip I can't remember how many I did. Okay, I did 4. So then I just glue these 4 pieces together. Well, I glue 2 together and then the other 2 together, and in the next clip I'm going to glue those 2 pieces together. So if you break it down into parts, it's a lot easier. And then here I glue the other 2 pieces together. And now I'm just gluing those 2 pieces together. I feel like I said those 2 pieces together all the time. Okay, so I made 2 of them because it was supposed to look like a double spiral staircase and intertwine, but didn't work. So what I did was I glued those 2 together to make one big long piece. And then I made 3 squares. So they are 2 blocks across by 2 blocks high by 6 blocks across, so you just need 12 blocks for each square. And I can't take all the credit for this one because my boyfriend helped me decide to turn it into a centerpiece instead, and I stained it with the early American wood stain. And this is what it looks like, and then you just have to turn it around so you can get 3 places where the squares will sit flat, and then you can glue them on. And the top pieces, the end pieces need to be facing down the way, and then you'll get the 3 flat parts. So it was kind of wobbly. I decided to stain 2 blocks so that I could glue a block to either end, like facing right down or straight down to stop it wobbling. But then I ended up off camera, I added another block to each end. So I'll show you in the next clip what it looks like with the 2 blocks on it. And this is how it turned out, and it turned out so pretty. I just put some candles on it. You could put some plants on it, or you could wrap lights around it or something, or put some greenery on it, but just be careful because obviously if you drop it, it's gonna break. So just don't touch it once it's made. And then you can see where I on the video where I put the extra block. This DIY, you need 1 pack of the tower blocks, and I'm using the weld bond again. So I made 4 more spirals, just like the last video. 2 go in one direction and 2 go in the other direction. So you can see when I stand them up that they're going in opposite directions. And then I make the top of this. I have 6 blocks across and 6 blocks high and 4 blocks across. But you could make it bigger if you wanted to, or you could use like an oval top or a round top. I don't know what happened to the start of this clip. So sorry. I just put two going in the opposite directions. I glued them to each other, and then I just started gluing some blocks in the middle, and I did 4 blocks in the middle, and then I glued the other 2 pieces on the other side of those blocks. Actually, I'd made these 11 blocks high because I thought they were going to touch at the top, but they didn't. But just make them 10 blocks, it doesn't really matter. And then I stained it with the Early American wood stain, and then I'm just gluing the top on. And this is what it looks like. I think it turned out so cute. You could always put some greenery or something in the bottom if you wanted to. You need 2 of the tower block packs for this DIY, and I'm using the Wild Bond again, and I made 40 of these tower blocks, and I just glued one upright to one that was lying down, and I made 40, but then you should just make 50 of them, because I end up making some more later. So then I just start gluing the blocks together in a spiral, and I just do 10, and then obviously I just do them in sets of 10 so that I can glue them together, just like the other DIY. Do it in pieces and then put them together to make the bigger piece. And you can use a couple of blocks just to support it at the start, but just don't glue those ones on yet. So you just want to cross them over, just diagonally, the same as you did with the other DIYs, so it looks like that. And then just keep doing that until you've done 10 other blocks. I'll only show you me doing one, just so you can see. Now basically all the DIYs are just doing the same thing, just to make the spirals. I'll do the rest off camera. So here we have the 4 pieces, and then I'm just going to glue 2 pieces together and then the other 2 pieces together. And you can use some masking tape, painter's tape, to hold them together till the glue sets if you want to. I had to do that for some of them. So here's my two pieces that I glued together, and then I decided to make another one with 10 blocks high, and I'm going to use that one and make the stand. So I'm going to put 2 blocks on one side of that base block, and then 3 blocks on the other side, so there'll be 6 on the bottom, and then I glued together 6 to put at the back. Now I'm just going to glue all the pieces together. I put some masking tape on just to hold it in place until it sets. And then I'm just checking which side I want to be the front. So I want this side to be the back, so I'm going to cut down, well, I'm going to measure and then cut down a skewer. I'm just taking off the very bottom because it's not flat. I had the box round the wrong way. So now I'm just going to measure it, and then I'm going to cut that piece off. And I'll link this saw and miter box down below if you're interested. I know people always ask me about it, but I always link it down below. And it was just a wee bit too long, so I had to cut it down again. And then I'm just going to add some glue, and it's going to look like that. And this is just going to give it some more support, but you want to put it back so you can't see that part. And then I'm just going to do the same thing again with the top part. Oh, and I had to use skewers for this part because tower blocks wouldn't fit. You think they would, but they don't. They would if you cut them down, but it's easier to cut the skewer. And also, it's less noticeable. Oh my god, what's wrong with today? Less noticeable at the back if it's just like a skinny skewer. So now the base that I made is obviously not big enough, so I'm going to make another base to put that one on top of, and it is 3 blocks high and 9 blocks across. And if you wanted to use a round piece you could, and also you could stain the sections before you built it if you wanted to. Once that's dry, I just glued the other piece on top, and then I stained it with the early American wood stain, and then I filled it with some Spanish moss and succulents, and I think it turned out beautiful. It turned out how I had it in my head, which is good. But you don't have to make it as high as that if you don't want to, but obviously I like to make things that are over the top. For this project you also need 2 of the tower block packs, and then I stained it with the early American wood stain, and this time I used the super glue wood glue because I ran out of the other glue. I got a 60 pack of these 4-inch wood circles from Amazon, and I'll link them down below. if you're interested. And I have to glue 17 of them together to make a base for this DIY that I'm doing. But if you could find the thicker wood circles, I don't know if they're 4 inches, the ones from Dollar Tree, then you could use them, I think. So I made another one of the last DIY at the same length, and I already stained it because I'm gonna add some string lights on the inside with some hot glue. And I got these ones from Amazon, but I would say maybe get some LED lights, like strip light, and glue that inside of it. Or maybe something you could plug in instead. But this is what I had, and I wanted to get this video out. I didn't want to go buy LED lights. But definitely, if you get them with a smaller battery pack and with a longer piece from the battery pack to where the lights are, would work much better. So I'm just hot gluing it in the inside, and I finished the rest off camera. So I also made another square 3x9, and I stained another 5 tower blocks, and I already measured and cut down 2 skewers, and I stained them as well. So I'm just going to glue the wood round to the base, and then I put some Mod Podge on top just to hold it down. And you should let that dry completely, but obviously I didn't. So after that, I start gluing on the big piece, and you want to glue it on upside down from the last DIY. But you could just put lights in the last DIY if you wanted to, but I wanted the lights to be hidden as much as they could. And I don't know if I showed you me putting the tower blocks on the bottom on the inside because the video won't play while I'm doing the voiceover, so I have no idea what's happening right now. But anyway, I glue them on too. Next, I glue the skewers in place. Just make sure they're at the back of whatever side you want the front of your DIY to be. And this is how it turned out, and I love it. I definitely would get the LED strips though, because you can see the hot glue on the lights. No one's going to be looking that closely at it anyway. Oh, my boyfriend had a good idea. If you wanted to, you could put the skewers all the way around, and that would look nice too. And this next DIY is 1 tower block pack, and I'm using the weld bond, and I made 2 of these staircases, and they're going in opposite directions, and they have 10 blocks. They're 10 blocks high, and just make sure that they are sit flat on the table, either end. I mean both ends, not either end, so that you can fit them together like this. And then just hold it until it sets. And then I thought I was only going to need 2 blocks for some reason, so I glued them to the bottom, but I wish that I had put them back a little bit so that from the front it would look like this is floating. So keep that in mind if you want to make this one. But I ended up adding on a couple more blocks. 4 more blocks. Yeah, you also wouldn't see the little bit sticking out, but it still looks nice. But it would definitely look cool if it was floating. And this is just me my god, me adding the other blocks on. And you can't see right now, but I'm going to show you right after this clip. So yeah, I wanted to make more spiral stuff without, if you wanted to make something but not so big, you could make something wee like this. Oh,
yeah, you need to wait until things are, or the glue is set and things are dry, which I never do. But that's only because I'm filming and I want to get on to the next DIY. Okay, so now it's set, this is what it looked like, and if all the blocks were flush at the back, then it would look like it was floating. And I stained it with the early American wood stain, and I just filled it with some succulents and Spanish moss, and I think it turned out really cute. Again, you don't have to paint it this colour, you could do any colour that you like, you could stick the beads on any of these DIYs, you could do all sorts of stuff with them. It's up to you what you want to do if you want to make one. For this DIY, you need 3 packs of tower blocks, and I'm using the Dollar Tree Super Glue wood glue this time, so I ran out of the other stuff. So I made 4 of those staircases, 2 going in one direction and 2 going in the opposite direction. And then I made this is 5 blocks high, and then the 2 big ones are 16 blocks, and the 2 end ones are 6 blocks each, and you want to glue them on 5 blocks at the top and 5 blocks at the bottom. And then there's a wee space at the top, so make of the middle blocks, so just make that the top of your DIY and no one will ever notice. And then you just want to glue them on. So I'm showing you this way because originally I was going to make it like this, so you could make it like this. And you could have this, well, you could turn it on its side as well and it would still look nice. It's up to you. But anyway, you could have it like this without the extra bricks at the side, if you like this shape. Just wipe away any of the excess glue. Or you could have it like that. Or you could put an extra 5 blocks on each side, and then it will look like this. If you want it like this, just glue 4 rows of 16 blocks. And I'll glue the rest of them on off camera. And I stained it with the early American wood stain. You could stain it before you glued it together. And now I'm just going to make a hanger for the back with some hot glue, some twine, and a craft stick. I'm just getting rid of the excess hot glue that was coming out. And then I'm just going to do the same to the other side, except I need another glue stick. And then this is how it turned out. I just filled it with some succulents and Spanish moss, and I think it turned out beautiful. For the first DIY, you need 2 of these 72 block tower block packs. And I'm using some Dollar Tree Super Glue wood glue. I glued together 3 tower blocks for the first row, and then 2 for the second row, and I glue them in the middle of the first row. And then I use 1 block for the third row, and I line it up with the middle block on the first row. And I'm showing you 4, but I actually made 8 of these. I don't know why I thought it was only 4. And I already started to glue this together, but it is 4 blocks high and 16 blocks across. So I glued them together, and then I realised that I had glued the little wooden squares in the wrong place. So I'm just going to show you with this one what I did. So I just glued one of the panels on top of the other one, and then I glued the little square at the bottom of the one tower block on each side underneath that one. So I just had to change them all. And I stained it with the Jacobean Minwax wood stain, and this is them all. So make sure that you have 2 of the big sides facing one way and 2 of the big sides facing the other way, if that makes sense. So that they all fit on properly, and the wider side is going to go on the long side of the tray, and then the other side, the smaller side, the short side of the tray. So I didn't glue it together because I'm going to show you another way to make this tray. So you have it like this. Or you can make some sides, and I made 2 7 blocks across and 2 10 blocks across, and then I stained them with the same stain. And then you'd probably be better off gluing the short side first. But I just glued the long sides together. And then I left it to dry, and then I glued the shorter side together, well, one of them, and then I left that to dry, and then I did the last side, and I left that to dry as well. And then I thought that I was just gonna be able to just put this tray in the middle and it would fit, but it didn't fit. It was too wide. So I tried to shove it in, but the sides broke, so I had to fix that. So what I did was I tried gluing it and pushing it together, but that wasn't going to work. So then I had to cut down a tower block to fill in the gaps on either side. That's me thinking about it, what I was going to do. So I checked that before you make it. I was trying to make a tray without sawing any tower blocks. So yeah, just measured how big the gap would be, and then I sawed a piece off, and then I just glued it in place. And I put a tower block underneath so that it wouldn't slip down. I didn't do that yet, but I do that. And then I just did the same for the other side. And I'll link the saw below and what stain I use and stuff, in case you're interested. And then once I'd glued them and left them to dry, I then stained them, and you can't even notice that I had to put a little piece on each side because the stain is so dark. This is when I put the tower blocks to hold it up, and then I put something heavy either side just to hold it together. And this is how it turned out. I don't know which way do you guys like better. I'm not sure. Either way, I think it turned out nice. So you need 4 of the 72 block tower block packs, and I'm using the super glue wood glue from Dollar Tree. And I made this panel, and it is 7 blocks high and 21 blocks across. And I already glued the rest of it. I just showing you me gluing the last row. It wasn't fitting together right, so I had to like wiggle them around a wee bit. And then I started gluing blocks all around the outside. And if you wanted to, you could make it 2 blocks high and make a deeper shelf, but I decided just to make it 1 block high. And just make sure that you get them as straight as you can. So I already put some in place, but I hadn't glued them down yet. So you can put the shelves in any way you like. I decided just to make a cross in the middle, and I'm putting them on their side, and they're 3 blocks high. And I just did 12 blocks in each of the little corner shelf pieces. And if you wanted to, you could paint the inside or put a decal or something on the back so it's not plain, but I didn't want to do that. And then I have this string of beads from Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to leave them on it, and I'm just going to stain it like that. And I'm using the Early American Wood Stain by Minwax. So I'm just drilling a hole in either side on the top, and then underneath it on the back. And I thought this was it did work. But I didn't want to restring the beads with a thicker like twine or something, and the string in it is really thin, so this is what I decided to do, was to just string it through the top and then through a hole in the back and then tie it. But if you have a better way to do that, then do it. Or don't be lazy like me and restring the beads. So I just put it through the top and then out the back, and then I just kept tying it. And then I just finished tying this part off camera. And this is how it turned out. And it fits the trinkets and these little succulent pots from Dollar Tree. But if you made it deeper, then you could fit bigger things on it. You need 3 of the 72 block tower block packs for this DIY. And then I'm using the super glue wood glue again. And I have these little signs from Dollar Tree And I did get 5 because originally I was going to make this 5 of them high, but then once I had stained it and stuff, and I decided just to make it 3 high. So I'm just putting tower blocks all around the front and the sides, but not the back. And I started at the corners. So yeah, originally I was only going to put tower blocks on the top and the bottom, and then the shelves were just going to be the way they are. But then I decided to put tower blocks on all of them, and then I decided I didn't want to make a big tower because I don't need another one. And I decided to make it with 3 of these and then use the other 2 to make a tray. So you'll see that in the next DIY. And for the front, you just have to space them a tiny wee bit. They don't fit like flush together. So obviously you can make this as high as you want, but you could also, you'll see me in the next DIY glue 2 of these together side by side, well, back to back really, and then you could always do that and make your shelves like that and have a much bigger shelf, a wider shelf, so it's up to you. And now I'm just putting some of these smaller beads to cover the holes for the top of the shelf. Also, if you wanted to, you could make it like, you don't have to turn it upside down for the top shelf. You can have the tower blocks facing up the way and then have an extra shelf. Put some plants in the top if you wanted to. And I also put the bigger beads on the bottom shelf to make wee feet. And then now I'm just making the what are they called? The parts to hold up the shelves. So I made 8 of them, but then I realised that if I want to put the top shelf upside down, well, the top upside down, I need to add on an extra 2 tower blocks. So there'll be 4 that have 8 tower blocks, and then 4 that have 10 tower blocks. And I also made 3 rows of 10 blocks. I glued them together, and then you need another 6 single blocks. And I stained it with the Minwax Early American Wood stain. So here's all my pieces, and I'm just going to glue the 4 high pieces to the bottom shelf in the corners. So I was thinking I was going to just glue the shelves to a back, make it enclosed at the back, but then I decided not to because that's just far too many blocks. So I'm making an easier shelf for you guys. And then the back, I had to do, you need 12, but they don't fit all the way across, so you just glue 1 block to each end, and then you have to you have to glue the row of 10 in the middle, and it doesn't touch, but the back will touch those pieces sticking up, and you won't notice it because this is the back. It's just gonna look like that. And then I did the taller pieces for the next shelf, and I just did the exact same thing. And if you wanted to have the top facing the same way up as these two shelves, then obviously just make those pieces 4 high and not 5 high, or 5 blocks high. I decided to add on a couple of blocks. I did it this way, then I thought you won't be able to fit as much stuff on the shelf. So I turned it around. And I did that on each shelf, and I did end up adding another 2 blocks, and so it would be 3 blocks on this part. And then I just stained them at the end. So for this one, I just put those blocks on the side. And then I glued it on top. Yeah, I thought it would be easier if I did it this way around. Yeah, I had to put on new feet because I had to use that tray. I mean, that one for the tray. And I just stained them, the tower blocks and the half beads after everything had dried. So for this part, I just put a tower block underneath each of these parts, and then I glued it in place, and then I turned it the right way up, and then I put some heavy paint balls on top until it dried. And then this is me adding in the extra tower blocks. And this is how it turned out, and I love it. I think it turned out so beautiful. Of course you could choose any stain that you like for it, but I really love this early American stain just now. And you can just make it into a planter, or you can have it as wee shelves. So if you only wanted to make the tray, you only need 1 pack of tower blocks. And since I'd already made them for the other DIY, there's already feet on one of them. And I just glued them together like this. And then I glued this with this craft stick with some wood glue. Oh yeah, I put the other feet on. I glued it with some wood glue, but then it wasn't dry in enough time, so I decided just to hot glue it, which I should have done from the start, but my hot glue gun wasn't on. So I just put something heavy either side just to hold it together, and then I hot glued the craft sticks in place. I was only going to put 3 pieces on, but then I went and got another craft stick, put another 2 pieces on. And then it does have a wee gap in the middle, so I just filled it in with some hot glue, but I'm going to cover it up anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And I have this scrapbook paper, which is from the same scrapbook. I always use the scrapbook paper from from Michael's. And I'm just tracing around the tray, and then I'm just measuring inside with the block so that I can cut it out to a better size. I just cut it out with some scissors. Yeah, the scrapbook paper pad, I looked for it on Amazon, but I couldn't find it because it's from Michael's. But it's a farmhouse one. It has like lots of wood and coloured bricks and stuff in it, so that's why I bought it. But I did buy it a couple years ago. And that one was coming off. So I just hot glued it to the bottom. And then to cover up, because it's not perfect where I've cut it, I'm using some nautical rope from Dollar Tree. So I just hot glue that all around the inside edge. You don't have to use the rope if you don't want to, you can leave it just like that. And I started it in the corner so that the ends won't be noticeable. And then I just did that where I was going to make, well, the side I was going to make the front of the tray, so you won't see it all. And just make sure you push it right into the corner and into the actual corners. And then just trim it off at the end where you first started and just hot glue that piece down. So for the outside, I wanted to cover up where the tower blocks and the bottom pieces join, so I decided to use some of this burlap ribbon, and I'm just going to hot glue it all around the outside. And it's the ribbon from the new packs of the 3 different burlap ribbons. And it fits, one piece fits, well, this one fit exactly all the way around, so that was really lucky. So this part is optional as well, and if you wanted to put rope on this bit, you could. My boyfriend said, oh, we should put the rope on the top of the tower blocks to cover up the gaps, so but that wasn't what look I was going for, but that's an option for you guys if you wanted to do that. I suppose you could put the burlap ribbon along the top of the tower blocks too if you wanted to do that. There's another idea. And then obviously when you get to the end, you just glue that piece down. And this is how it turned out, and I think it turned out really cute.
The first DIY, you need one of the 72 block packs of tower blocks, some Dollar Tree super glue wood glue. So I'm going to glue together 2 rows of 3 tower blocks, and then I'm going to glue 2 on the next row and then 1. So it looks like this. and this is going to be the wee shelf part for the wall sconces that I'm making. I'm just wiping off the excess glue on both sides. Because it's the shelf, you're going to see both sides, so make sure you wipe off the glue from both sides. And now I'm going to make the other part, and I glue together 5 tower blocks in a row, and then 4, and then 3, putting them in the middle each time, and each alternative row should match up with each other. So you can just see where the tower blocks go, and then you know they're all going to be in the right place. And I put one, and then I'm just going to do the same thing to the other side. So all the DIYs in this video I've got a diamond theme. I started off with 4 DIYs that I had in my head, and then I ended up making a bunch more because I got other ideas of things that you could do with this diamond pattern. So I made wall sconces, wee shelves, lantern, and plant stand. I can't even remember what I made. Planter and some wee pictures. So I made 2 of these, and then I'm just gluing on the shelf part to the bottom of the DIY the tower blocks on the outside, and then I'm just gluing 1 tower block underneath in the middle, like that. So I'm just going to do that to the other shelf. And of course I had to glue on some of the wee beads. These are 15mm, and I got a pack of 400 from Amazon, so I'll leave a link down below. And then I stained it with the early American wood stain, and this is what they look like. And I'm just going to use a little piece of popsicle stick and some twine and some hot glue to make a wee hanger from the top. You could make a beaded hanger if you want to. This is just what I wanted to. This video was supposed to come out on Thursday, and I just ended up doing more and more DIYs, so it's going to be out on Sunday instead. So sorry, only one video this week, but this one took me a lot of time. And this is how they turned out, and I just put 2 wee candles on there, and I think they turned out so pretty. I'm just in love with the early American wood stain now, but these DIYs would look nice in any colour. Any colour you wanted to make them, they would look really good. So I made another one, just the same, and I'm going to show you 2 different ways you can put the shelves, and then I'm going to show you them on the wall. So this is the first way. You could make more of them in a row if you wanted to. And then this is the second way, and I actually had to tape this way with some masking tape because I wasn't sure what way I was going to put them, and then I decided to make another DIY out of them, so that's coming up next. So I decided to make another 3 of these, and you could glue them together like this, or you can glue them together like this. You can always make more and glue them to the sides or whatever if you want to. So I'm just going to glue them all together and then leave them to dry. Also for this, you could put some scrapbook paper or the Dollar Tree wallpaper in those cut out diamonds in the middle. I thought I had another sheet of that leaf one, the green leaf one, but I forgot that I'd used it in the last video. I stained some beads and already strung them up, and I'm just going to glue them to the back with some hot glue and a wee bit popsicle stick, because I think I put 18 on it, so it would look like the diamond as well when it's hanging up. And then I'm just gluing on some popsicle sticks to
the back just to give it some extra support. You can add them to the middle pieces as well if you want to, but I didn't think it needed it. Obviously you're not going to put anything heavy on this shelf, it's just for wee succulents and trinkets and stuff like what I've put on here, but I think it turned out so pretty, and I wish I had that wallpaper so I could show you what it looked like. But this was my favourite DIY until I made some more, and now I don't know. You need 2 packs of tower blocks for this DIY and some wood glue. This time we're making a diamond shape where we're going to make it bigger. So I'm going to glue 8 tower blocks in a row, and that's the longest piece. And then I'm going to go 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm going to do that on each side. Okay, now that that's done, we're going to make the shelf part, and I'm making it 5 blocks across, and I'm going to double that up, and then I'm going to do 4, 3, 2 and 1 for the next rows. And remember to clean the glue off both sides, because you will see both sides because this is the shelf part. So I'm just going to glue the shelf on at the bottom of the tower block, the one tower block on either side, and then cleaning off any excess glue. And then I'm going to glue 3 tower blocks in the middle underneath. And now I'm just going to glue on some of the wee beads. These are optional. I just love them and think they make everything look better. And then I stained it with the early American wood stain. So I made another one the same way, but the shelf is going along lengthways. And then I'm just going to add a wee hanger to each one with the
twine and popsicle stick. So for the one going in the opposite direction, I didn't double up the first rows of the shelf because it would have stuck out too far. And this is what the first one looks like. And obviously you're not going to put nothing too heavy on these. You can paint them, stain them, distress them, any colours that you like. You could also put some words at the top or something if you wanted to. And then this is the other shelf going the other way. I don't really have anything to style these with. I always look for wee trinkets in that Dollar Tree, but I never find ones that I like. You need 2 packs of tower blocks for this DIY. And some wood glue. And for this one, I'm going to glue together 2 rows of 5 tower blocks. But then I'm going to glue them together to make 10. But my ruler isn't long enough to make sure it's straight. So now I'm just going to glue those 2 together. And I'm just making an even bigger diamond. So then I glue 9, 8, 7, 6, all the way down to 1 on each side after that. But I won't show you all. So I'll do the rest off camera because it's just the same as the last DIYs that I made. So this mirror came from one of those round black mirrors from Dollar Tree. I just covered it with some paper and masking tape. And I have some smaller beads. Can't remember what size they are, but I'll link them down below. And I'm just gluing them around the mirror. I haven't stuck the mirror down yet, so I'm just taking that off, and then I'm going to glue the bigger beads to the outside. And then I stain it with the Early American Wood stain. And this is how it turned out. So I'm just going to glue on a wee hanger. And then I'm going to glue the mirror in the middle. Just with some hot glue. Lots of hot glue. And that's it. And this is how it turned out. And I think it turned out really pretty. I was trying not to get my phone in the video, but it's too hard. I need 4 packs of tower blocks for this DIY, and some wood glue. And again, I'm just going to make a diamond, and I'm going to do 5, I think it's 5, yeah, 5 down to 2, and I made 4 of them, and now I'm just gluing 1 block in the middle of 2 of these, and then I'm going to join them together like this. And then I added some of the beads. And I made 4 of these. And now I made, actually, I didn't make them big enough, but it's 3 by 7, but you need to do 3 by 8, and you'll see me add on the extra tower blocks later on because I made a mistake, and it should be 3 by 8, and you need to you need to make 2 of those. And then I stained it all with the Early American Wood stain, So these are my pieces, and I'm just going to glue them together now. I have some of the, or 8 of the square blocks from Dollar Tree. You could stain them if you want to. So I'm just hot gluing them underneath where I want the shelf to go. And it's in the middle of the middle tower block that's on its own. So just do the same to the other side. And I'm just going to glue the next side on with some wood glue and then a little bit of hot glue. Okay, so this is when I realised that the sides weren't, the shelves weren't big enough, and I thought that maybe I was supposed to put the other way around. So I took it off and then I realised it's the right way around, and this is where I just add on the extra blocks and then I go back and stain it again once it's finished. So just add 3 more blocks to each shelf. And then I glued on the next side. Try and make sure that it's in line with the other side. And then I glued these blocks on on the wrong side of the shelf. But since you're gonna fill it up with, well, I'm gonna fill it up with succulents and stuff, so it doesn't really matter, but just make sure you put yours on the right side. But once everyone's stained it again, you can't really notice. And then I just glue on the next side. Now this side sticks out a wee bit, but you just put that one at the back and no one will notice. So you can put a candle in this and just make it into a lantern, or you can stick in one of the puck lights like I did. I'll link them down below, and fill it up with succulents and make it a lantern planter. And it looks so pretty, it's like a wee mini jungle inside it. So you need 1 pack of tower blocks for this DIY and some wood glue, and then I'm going to glue together 6 tower blocks in a row, and then 5, 4, 3 and 2. You could put the 1 on the end if you want to, but I didn't want to. I didn't like how it looked because the main diamond is going to be in the middle. So once I made that, I'm just gluing tower blocks, just 1 row all around the outside of the diamond. You could do 2 rows, stacking them up if you wanted to. It's up to you. And of course I have to put the beads on. So I'm just putting them on the outside, and then I have 4 bigger beads and they're going to be the wee feet on the bottom. So I'm just going to glue them down. And then I stained it with the Early American wood stain. and it's just a wee riser that you can put stuff on, but it turned out really cute. You need 1 pack of tower blocks for this DIY and some wood glue. So I made another one of the diamonds, the same as the last time, but this time I'm going to put the glue down the tower blocks in the middle to make a smaller diamond. Again, you could put the one block on the outside if you want to. And then I'm going to glue some beads down. You can always glue them to the small diamond in the middle if you want to. And I will finish this off camera. And I stained it with the early American wood stain. It's my favourite now, sorry. And then I have one of these Our Family Gathers Here signs from the arch windows from Dollar Tree. So I just glued it to the front, and then I made a wee hanger for the back with a popsicle stick and the hot glue and the twine. And this is how it turned out. I think it turned out really cute. Of course, you can put whatever you want on the front of it. This is just what I had. I wanted to use it. You need 1 tower block pack for this DIY and some wood glue. And this is another picture, but a different version. So I made another one of those diamonds, the same as the last 2 DIYs, and then I'm gluing on 4 tower blocks either end and at the 2 sides. And now I'm making another diamond to go on the top of that. So if you want to, which I did do for the next DIY but didn't show you guys, you can make the diamond in the middle and glue these around the outside. But I kept gluing them to the inside pieces by accident, so I'm just going to show you like this, and then you can make it like that if you want, but I kept messing it up. But this is what you're supposed to end up with. So yeah, it's just 1 row of tower blocks around the outside, and then I just put this on top to try and make sure that it was going to be the same size. And then once it was dry, I glued on some wee beads. Then I put some glue on those 4 tower blocks and put it on top. I just wanted to give it like a 3D look. You could stack up another one if you wanted to. And then I stained it with the early American wood stain. And now I have this Home Sweet Home sign. It's also from one of those what are they called? Arch windows from Dollar Tree. And then I glued a hanger on the back. And this is how it turned out. So there's so many different things you could do with these diamonds. I had even more ideas, but I didn't have time to make them all. So let me know if you want me to make them one day in the future. I forgot to say I made a planter similar to the lantern, but I'll link that down below, the video for that. Need 2 tower block packs for this DIY and some wood glue. And I made 5 more of these diamonds like I did in the last DIY, and I put the beads on 2 of them. I done it on the inside of the diamond. So now I'm just going to glue 2 tower blocks standing up to each side, and then I'm going to stack up the pieces that don't have beads on them. Did I say I turned the first bead one over? Turn the first beaded piece
over because you need the beads to be on the outside. And then I stacked them up like this. And then I put the one with the beads on the top. So yeah, I did make a planter in a previous video. That's where I got the idea for all these DIYs. But I stained it in the Jacobean wood stain, so I didn't want to put it in this video. So I will link it down below in case you want to make that and make things a set and stuff. Or to match the lantern. And I stained it with the early American wood stain. And it's just a plant stand. I was going to make a top for it and make it riser, but I couldn't decide what kind of top I wanted to put on it, whether I wanted it to be the diamond shape or a rectangle or a square. So if you make this, you can decide what you want to put, if you want to make it like this or you want to put a top on it, and you can let me know in the comments what you would do. I also made another one and I put a bottom on it, and then I only used one block for the front, and I put a bead on each. And this is a planter. I made this one first, but I put the beads on the outside instead of the inside, so I had to redo it. So you're getting 2 DIYs now. But thanks for watching. Let me know which one of these DIYs is your favourite. See you soon. Bye.